Hello, everybody. Welcome to our first live budget meeting. I'll let everybody know that's watching that we've had a few preliminary budget discussions and we've gone through to each department of what their needs may be. And now we are looking into the final stages and what a tax increase looks like and how we try to fit some of these needs into the 2024 budget. So Director Saskew, you're going to start us up.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, so our first slide is financial indicators. I don't know, we have a PowerPoint? We have a PowerPoint. Excellent. So behind our pre-budget tab in your binders, there's our capital and operating initiatives, and you go through those. And then there's a piece of paper that says 2022 financial indicator graphs. That is not an error. Our financial indicator graphs are always 1 year behind because these come from the province. So this is based on last year's figures. So the first tab here, we have residential tax rate. One thing I want to note before we go deep dive into it, it shows a range for all similar municipality types. So in our case, it's towns, and the class detailed for our purposes is towns. And the shaded areas indicates the max and minimum for all towns, and the green line is the median within these. So the next slide, please. So this is us going through the indicator graph. So starting with the first one is residential tax rate. You can see that Vegreville has been very much on par with the mean and median of that. So we're slightly above, but that's almost not even worth noting. And then there's a few additional, through page 2 and 3, there's a few additional ones that go through the non-residential. As we have noted, we've always been slightly high, just the first slide. I don't have these on a slide. Yeah. So the non-residential, we've been slightly higher. That's been the case for years and years. Definitely not the maximum for towns. The page after that is the non-residential assessment as percentage of total equalized assessment. And you can see here that the town is closer to the median line. So when you look at as a percentage of total equalized assessment, it does come down. There are a few things that can increase our assessment as well. So this is all towns. And as we know, towns over 5,000 have to fund RCMP, the building and operations. Towns under 5,000 do not. So there are some factors to our budget that would rise our taxes as a whole as compared to other towns. So that's a very essential point to remember. Just a loan for the debenture for the RCMP detachment, it's in excess of $300,000 per year. So that could be several mill rate points. So just one thing to always keep in mind, these charts are great, but you have to look at it as a whole as to why we might be slightly higher or lower than others.
Can you tell us right now, how much is with the debenture payment? What are we using a year for RCMP?
I have that right here. You're jumping ahead on my presentation slightly. It is right here. So the RCMP increase just alone this year is $140,000, and just alone the operations of the building is $464,000. So we're talking $500,000 for the building plus the increase or more than $500,000 for the building plus the increase to the operations in this budget alone.
So we're $1 million paying for RCMP in the building.
Yes.
Yes. So
We're $1 million paying for operations annually plus $464,000.
So when people say that where we're at, they got to take into account that most of those towns that we're compared with don't have that extra $1 million.
Yes, and then to take this one step further, if you extrapolate our mill rates to a city, we have to remember that the same business, the same land, the same household purchased here would be assessed much higher in the city. So you have to take the mill rate plus your assessment and multiply it together. So say for a small business, we have a small business, our buildings, let's say, worth $300,000. We're paying the slightly higher mill rate than what you would look at compared to Edmonton. But that $300,000 building and land on a main highway in Edmonton, would we have $1 million assessment? So I would rather pay 20 points on 300,000 than 15 or 11 points on 1.3 million. So you have to always look at tax rates as a whole with the assessment, because that's how things can really get skewed. You can't compare mill rate to mill rate unless we have an identical town that has identical assessments. So that's one thing always to note.
And offer this identical services.
Correct. So that's where that comes down to, is like, we look slightly higher for non-residential, but fact of the matter is, if a business comes in, buys some of our land that's available at 50,000 per acre on a main highway, you would never be able to buy land assessed at that value in Edmonton at a lower tax rate. So always something to note when you look at this. You have to look at it as a whole and think the bigger picture. So the next one here is the residential assessment as a percentage of totalized equalized assessment. And as you can see here, our residential is actually slightly lower than the average. So one thing that you can see with those. The next slide is, or the next chart is the net municipal property taxes per capita. So we've been holding fairly steady over the last year. We are slightly higher than the town average, but once again, we have probably 1.5 million additional in our operating budget to fund our CMP, where other towns wouldn't. So we're in the higher level of towns for funding, so it would make sense that we're paying more per capita than some of the other towns that maybe don't even have paved streets. So that is one thing to note. The next slide is sales and user charges per capita. So one thing to note, we are kind of one of the average to larger towns on this, and we are below. So our user charges and our sales are lower per capita than the average and much lower than the maximum on this chart. So we do have lower than average user fees when compared to other similar municipalities. The next slide for this is government transfers per capita. They're, once again, very similar to the mean, much lower than the maximum on this slide. And one thing to note, there was a peak from 21 to 22 from 699 to 1,173. That peak is our ISIP funding for our Prosperity Park. So the town has been investing in that park, but it hasn't all been out of our own operating budget and capital budget. We've gotten additional grants to fund that, and that's evident in that peak that we have there. So what we're saying is we're not paving roads and not doing sewage upgrades to fund the park. We got additional funding that was specific to that park. The next one is franchise and concession contracts per capita. We've been pretty steady throughout, slightly higher than the average, lower than the maximum. The next one to note is salary, wages, and benefits per capita. At one point in time, pre-2015, we were closer to the max, and then we've held straight, and we're actually slightly above mean, but have actually reduced to somewhere in the middle of the chart at this point in time. So our benefits and salaries are at a reasonable rate for the town. Contracted and general services, this is another one. Our contracted services are less than average and much less than the maximum for other towns. Something to keep into mind here is it has to be taken as a whole. So maybe a much smaller town contracts out their garbage pickup, their bylaw. This makes sense for the town because we do our own garbage, we do our own bylaw, we have our own protective services, so we wouldn't have to contract out some of those other essential services. But even noting still, we have been decreasing and we're below the average. So it is evident that the town has not been having excessive contracts over the last 5 to 10 years. Materials, goods, supplies, as well as interest and banking. Not a lot to note here. We're slightly above the mean, but been holding steady. The interest in banking has increased for us because we have had some of these larger grants that have come to us for the prosperity funding and et cetera. We actually get those grants paid before sometimes they're spent, and so we're actually able to earn interest on that deferred revenue, which is really nice. We do end up taking that interest and putting it towards the grant, but it is still on our financial statements detailed as interest. So we've been very prudent and investing the funds where we can with the means that we're able to. So we're not able to invest in stocks and bonds and any kind of risky investments. This is mostly just high interest savings and GICs. So the next slide here is long-term debt limit. You can see in 2017 there was an increase, and we've been kind of holding and going down since. That increase there was the purchase of the RCMP new build. So that was a $7 million asset that we had built, and so that's why our debt limit has increased over the median and the mean, because we are funding an RCMP building that other towns smaller than us wouldn't be funding. So that's coming out of our debt limit for that. The long-term municipal debt per capita, same thing. The spike on this is consistent with when we took out our last debenture for the new build. I've added a few other in here. This is just for your own looks. General government and recreation, not a lot to note there. We're fairly consistent year over year. One that we've never shown you before is environment. We're right on average, and protective services slightly above, but still, considering that we pay for a lot of our own protective services, I think we're pretty standard there. The next slide is transportation, and same thing to note, fairly consistent year over year. And then I did add in these additional slides of major revenue sources per capita. So it has a breakdown of where the revenue comes through. So you can see net municipal taxes, user fees, government, penalties, rentals per capita. So the only item to note here in 2022, our net revenue grew, but you could see it grew by the green box, which is government transfers. So that was our funding for prosperity park. So we received additional funding to invest in the park. So, and the rest of them are the same way. So like I said, some key takeaways are the town has lower than average user fees. We have additional debt over average, but that is due to our debenture that we took out for the new build for the RCMP, and that other towns that we are comparing ourselves to here not all of them fund RCMP. So you have to look at the bigger picture and go from there. So are there any questions on financial indicators before we move forward?
On the non-residential tax rate. That is their standard tax rate. Is that applying the other special rate for non-res?
No, so the 20% discount for non-residential is not included in there, and last year's number, I believe it was 18% in that range, so it would have been partway between the median and the mean there. So that, they only show the full dollar value because the small business tax rate is A, decided by council as to what discount that they're going to get, and B, not all municipalities apply it evenly, so it would be very hard to chart.
So if the average person was looking at this and they took into account that tax rate or that reduced tax rate for businesses under 50, we'd be closer to the mean.
We would be, yes. Yes, and once again, tax rates need to be taken into account with assessments. So if you can get a lower tax rate in another town or city, but your assessment is 3 times as much, you might actually be paying more taxes per equivalent building in another spot, so.
Okay, any questions on the graphs, charts, where we fit compared, go ahead.
Just looking at the major expenditures per capita by broad function.
Yes.
The reference to transportation here per capita, does road construction get co-opted into that? Is that the definition of transportation, is both roads?
I believe so. I believe because there's capital grants are included in this, so this would be any capital grants that when we're deeming them to be part of roads and other services, that would get lumped into there. Because when we're applying for our capital grants with the province, we have to let them know if it's a transportation related, and then there's like roads and whatnot listed, so that would be, yes.
Okay.
So we've been consistent.
Okay, and the, sorry, I'm just trying to match up the colors here. The general government per capita would be anything that is council administrative related to the operations of the town?
Correct.
Okay, and recreation and culture, that would include all of our sports facilities, recreation proper, but also things like the library or any of those other efforts that would be co-opted into there.
Yes, and I believe they get these numbers off of our financial information return, so I could get you more of an exact detailed breakdown, but yes, that's.
Okay, thank you. And this, I guess the other thing that would be relevant, if anybody's looking these up later, this is easily accessible, potentially difficult to sift through, but this is all prepared by Municipal Affairs for the province, for every municipality across the province.
Correct. Yeah, so it's,
And a great way to be able to do a real-time comparison between Vegreville and other municipalities, because there aren't very many towns either. As you explained, there's a lot of different characters in terms of what makes a town, but there's a wide range of municipalities with a wide range of capacity, and this would be helpful for anybody that's looking at this data.
absolutely.
Yeah, these, all these indicator graphs are actually found on the Alberta government's website. Under municipal, if they search municipal indicators, it'll show up, and then you have to disseminate the information by picking your communities that you want to compare, or, but it's all online.
Maybe it's possible to put the link on any of the, I don't know if that's possible when we're sharing this afterwards. They can, if anybody's interested, then they can do the deep dive and not come to one of us and expect that we'll be able to remember all of that, because it's really not fair to come throwing facts and figures at us, and this is a great way for people to be able to do actual research.
Go ahead.
I know you've made this point really well, and I think it's great if people do look up, but again, we will have to continue to communicate and stress for people to be looking at apples to apples versus apples to oranges, because even if they pull these graphs, I think, you know, you've given us that information, but there's a good chance that they're going to miss some of those things. I mean, right away, one of the closest communities that I sometimes compare us to is Vermilion, just in, you know, some of the services and some of the size. And again, your point being, we're talking about a population difference of 1,636 approximately. And that is $1.5 million extra that we have in our operational costs with the RCMP versus them. And I think Vermilion's a fair one to look at because, you know, they're in our region, they're providing some similar type of services, but I mean, that's a huge actual impact difference. And then I guess the other point to that is you mentioned about mill rates, that, you know, you can't just look at a mill rate, you have to look at an overall cost. But also, I recently had a conversation with somebody, and it is something to keep in mind, where sometimes we also get compared to a place like Sherwood Park, where they will be like, look at all the things. Well, first off, people have to remember that services and amenities aren't the same thing. They're actually quite different. But also, even if somebody says to you, you know, looking at Sherwood Park, I maybe pay $1,000, theoretically, I'm just making the number up, more in Vegreville, then I might be there and look at all of these things. But what they have to remember is their house of $300,000 would be $600,000 there. That's 30 years of that extra $1,000 a year of taxes that you'd pay just to come up with that purchase price. So I like that the province has those grants, but we just have to keep pushing to people that you have to take all the factors in, because a grant will still somewhat misrepresent. So thank you for presenting that.
Okay, let's move forward.
Okay, so we're gonna get into the budget now. So the next slide, please. This next chart shows a summary of 6-year net municipal tax revenue. So I'm going to start off by saying that management and staff have spent a significant amount of time preparing detailed work plans and budgets and budgeting to ensure the efficient operation of the town and the responsible utilization of taxes collected from ratepayers. Administration has worked hard to prepare and present a balanced budget to council today. Our goal for the 2024 budget was to prepare a document to be put forward before council that showed the true cost of operations without further depleting reserves, as done in the years since the pandemic. This can be further explained by looking at the 6-year history of budgeted net municipal taxation for the town. So key takeaways from this chart include 2019, 2020, and 2023 budgeted net municipal tax revenues were basically equivalent. So we, in 2023, were operating at the same level of net municipal tax revenue that we were operating in 2019 and 2020. So there was a 2% decrease in 2021 that was maintained in 2022, which was reversed going into the 2023 budget. Effectively, the 2023 budget that was presented had taxation rates that were presented in 2018 for the 2019 budget. These were pre-pandemic years, and we have all seen the inflation, the difficulty in procurement of goods, and other price increases as a result of the shortages and other challenges that have occurred since 2020. Absolutely everything has increased, not to mention the rising costs associated with carbon tax and other inflationary pressures. it is no longer possible to operate at revenues associated with the 2020 budget that was prepared in 2019 before the pandemic. Town council did grant the tax decrease to help accommodate ratepayers in the midst of these unprecedented situation. However, this came at the cost to the town with us depleting reserves to balance the budget. It is clear that this cannot be maintained and the town must work towards balancing budgets without reserves and look at replenishing reserves to pre-COVID levels. Therefore, administration is presenting a balanced budget with an increase to net taxation revenue for 2024. Budgeted net municipal taxation revenue is $9,839,968. The budget that we're currently working with has a small surplus of $50,000, and management has worked diligently to prepare a prudent budget with several drafts being reduced and condensed to get to this point now. So I'm going to go into what this increase means and how it looks in the next slide, please. So if you've not done the math, the proposed increase to the net municipal taxes is the $468,569 or 5%. The chart displayed here shows two scenarios. So the gold bar represents 2019 to 2023 actual net municipal taxes and 2024 proposed. And this is the same graph from the previous slide, but you can see the axis has been zoomed in, so we're starting at $8.8 million, so you can see these increases significantly. So it looks very drastic, but it's the exact same as the slide prior. It's just been zoomed in. You can see a large jump, so to say, on this graph to net municipal taxation revenue of the $9.8 million in 2023. The blue bar, this represents a scenario where the town has increased taxes gradually. So a 1% increase annually instead of the hold, decrease, and increase pattern that we actually have done. In 2024 scenario, you can see that the blue bar is almost identical to the gold bar. It's slightly less, but it's similar. However, you can see that in the years 2020 to 2023, the blue bar is significantly higher than the gold bar. The taxation revenue that the town has given up in these years is the sum of the blue bar greater than the yellow. So because we've done a 0% down, 2% decrease, and then back up to basically 0, and now the 5% this year, if we would have just done 1% every year, the difference between the blue and gold, that the blue is higher, would have been additional revenue that the town could have collected. That is in excess of $1 million. So this is the quantified tax break that we have been given our taxpayers throughout the pandemic. So by us holding, decreasing, and then holding again, we have given our ratepayers an effective break of $1 million, to the tune of $1 million. The town is not looking to recoup this lost taxation in the blue bars, but rather bring net municipal taxes up to ensure a level of operational services without depleting reserves. The 21 to 2023 budgets also maintain these low levels of taxation through the use of one-time grants that were related to the pandemic, carry forward reserves as a result of savings due to buildings being closed, staff being laid off, and through extensive use of our reserves. As a result, the town no longer has access to the one-time grants. Our buildings and staff are operating back at pre-pandemic levels, and carry forwards as a result of closures and reserves are depleted. So the rising costs providing a level of service is not unique to the town of Vegreville. Remembering that our 2023 increase of 2% actually just brought us back to 2019 taxation levels. Other municipalities had true increases in 2023 and have proposed increases for 2024. One place to note, in 2023, Vermilion had a 4.2% taxation increase. The city of Edmonton had a 4.9% tax increase. So this was for the prior year. And they're currently looking, their most recent data that came out, they're looking at an 8.5% increase for 2024, based on a report from November 7th. So this is not something that is not just unique to the town of Vegreville. Costs are truly rising for everybody.
So, directors ask you, with this 5% forecasted tax increase on those revenues to operate the town at the 9.8 million, this is not enough to replenish any of the reserves we've been actually using the last few years.
We have a small
$50,000.
$50,000. That would just replenish general reserves. There are reserve transfers that we have had in our budget throughout these years, that those still exist. So we have like the one for the compactor for the replacement and the one for municipal enforcement and vehicles. So those reserves have been kind of steady throughout, but this is not any additional transfers to reserve to replenish what we've taken.
Go ahead, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Can you remind me what part of this 5% is actually due to the increases that occurred with the RCMP that we had no control over?
That's actually my next slide. Or actually, that's my next point, but it's 143,000 just for 2023 to 2024, our increase in our service budget from them. So that's 143,614 is the number. So actually, the next slide I have is actually the net municipal tax increase and what does this mean to the average citizen. So I thought this was important to go through too. So this proposed 5% tax increase, it seems huge, but to a homeowner, this is $11.36 per month. So this is based on a $300,000 average assessment. To be fair, our average assessments are actually less than $300,000. So this would impact most homeowners in the town $11 or less per month. So that's a daily cost of 37 cents. Just to compare apples to apples, I did a small business with a $300,000 assessment. So that's $27 per month and a total daily cost of 90 cents. So it's an increase, but I don't think that this is an increase that wouldn't be able to be reasonably bore by the ratepayers.
Go ahead, Councillor Ray.
Thank you for quantifying this. I think this is helpful for people. 5% always feels like a daunting number, but I think even just comparing the previous graph, this council has been very conscious, and the previous council, of the challenges of the pandemic on business owners and residents that lost their jobs or lost the capacity to be able to pay their taxes at that time. So we were very cautious, and we did use our reserves as our savings, but we have not that capacity anymore. And I appreciate that, again, being conscientious of the future as well. We have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that we're replenishing reserves, capturing the growth, and ensuring that we're still able to provide the services that people expect and the basics that we need to. But again, quantifying it like this is helpful for people to be able to actually see and visualize what this impact is on their daily expenses, because people do need to understand that. Thank you.
Okay, next slide is the budget summary. So this is where I'm going to go into just a summary of the overall budget. If we go to your operating tab, there is a consolidated summary of the budget. And the next page is taxation and general revenue, and then I have one of the council expenditures. So before we go into the detail of every different function within the town, we like to have this first initial budget meeting presenting our balanced budget as such, and then look into what council wants to do with the budget before we give you all of the paper, just to save some paper. So the following key items are included in the 2023 operating budget. A 5% increase in net municipal taxes equating to $468,569. So an additional $468,000 sounds like a lot or may seem like an excessive amount, but there's several items worth noting. So as Councillor Berry had already alluded to, the RCMP projected budget just for the operating costs is $144,000 greater than 2023. So $140,000 of this is just a loan to pay for our RCMP services contract. I really feel like I'm picking on the RCMP. This is not a knock at how the RCMP are operating in this town. This is something that's completely out of their hands as well. Like, this is just, we are a municipality over 5,000, so this is what we're stuck to pay. So I just want to be very clear, I'm not saying that the RCMP are not a great additional service to the town. It's just, it's very unfair, the way that the federal government has the different levels of service for that. So. One thing to note with the RCMP, the building itself costs us $464,000 annually, and debenture and interest payments of $309,000 annual. There has also been a rise in all costs since the 2019 budget. Premiums and cost of procured goods is at an all-time high. Note that the 2020 to 2022 budget, we also had access to one-time COVID grants and funding, as well as carry forward reserves to the building closures and staff being laid off. At this time, they're no longer available to us, so it's significant as it shows that we have operationally recovered from the pandemic. The remainder of the increase is put towards funding items that council agreed to with the 1, 2, 3 votes earlier in the budget process when the managers did their presentations. In the last 2 to 3 years, these items were largely paid out of reserves and through the one-time COVID grants. This year, we have diligently made them fit into our remaining budgeted funds. The one other thing on here that is noted is a 0% COLA. So the no cost of living allowance for employee compensation is budgeted into this budget. To be clear, we are not wanting to give our staff anything. Instead, administration is proposing something a little bit different right now. So we currently pay for 80% of our benefits. The town pays for the employees' 80% portion, employees pay for 20%. There are many municipalities that are comparable to us that pay 100% currently, but we, at this point in time, still do the 80-20 split. This year, we are proposing that we take on the 100% cost of the benefits. So that cost would be about $100,000, similar to what a 2% COLA would be for staff. So this idea is presented as it will actually allow for staff to have more take-home pay in their pockets without impacting their income. So as we know, there are several programs and subsidies, rebates that are income-based. So by us increasing someone's income by even $100 a year, that may put them into the next level for subsidy, and now they're getting $100 less per month for a daycare subsidy. Increasing someone's pay $100 may cut them off from being able to get the carbon tax credit or a GST credit. So by giving the staff an equivalent cost to the town of a 2% COLA, by taking on 100% of the benefits, we're giving them actually more dollars in their pocket, take-home pay, and not increasing their income for levels for some of those other rebates and other items that we might not even know that they're getting. So that's what we're proposing this year. We also have capital funded from operations of $88,700, which will be reviewed in the operating schedules to come, and replacement projects totaling $308,500, which will be also reviewed in the capital and special initiatives to come. So that is, oh, and the one other thing is we have transfers to capital reserves, so that's what we were talking about, replenishing our reserves, $280,000. Those are just the ones that we have budgeted, so $80,000 of that is the fire services agreement, $150,000 to infrastructure reserves, $30,000 to equipment reserve, for landfill equipment, $20,000 for municipal enforcement, and we also have this $50,000 annually for the fleet reserve to replace the one truck per year. So that is what I have for this slide.
Okay, so we just stop there for a second. So with the 5% municipal tax increase, works out to $468,569.
Correct.
You're saying that 146,000 of that is the increased RCMP?
Correct.
And how much is the taking on the 20%?
It's equivalent to a 2% COLA, so let's say $100,000.
Okay, so now we're at 250.
Yes.
So 250 out of that 468,569.
Yeah.
And now we gotta look at how we're gonna finance this 88,700 and the 308,500 within that 468.
Yes. And last year, a good chunk of those were actually paid out of reserves. So that's the makeup of the difference is what we were paying out of reserves in the prior years.
So out of the $210,000 we have left, we gotta fit that $400,000 in there.
Yes. Including other increases to grant funding. So that's the next slide that I have. So council in the past has approved the funding for the following organizations. So this is what's built into the budget right now. So Vegreville Transportation Services is $22,000. That's the same as prior year. We have not heard of any difference in asks, and that's where it is. Same thing with the Prairie Tales. We have $17,000 budgeted in this current budget for them to have a one-time grant for the annual year. And then, as presented last night, the Vegreville Centennial Library has a $319,000 ask for this year, which is up from prior year. And then we also have two other items that council wanted to discuss, is the NATIGO and the physician retention, if we want to increase any of that grant funding for 2024. So I will open the floor for discussion.
Okay, well, I'll start with the NATIGO. It is the Northeast Alberta Alliance for Growth and Opportunity, and it's used to be the Northeast Mayors and Reeves. So we've hired some lobbyists out of the funding that we put in last year in 2023, our $800 contribution. And what we're asking all the municipalities to do again is to put it into their budgets for some professional help. And we took on Highway 28 last year. And what we're doing this year is we're trying to create a voice for the region within the new healthcare scheme. We don't know for sure that we're going to use it because we still have some leftover funds. Towns are 800, counties are 2,000, villages are 250 and stuff. It's all prorated on the size of your municipality. We may not be using it, but we want every municipality within the Northeastern that's covered under NATIGO to have that on a line item so that if needed, we will be able to access that money. 800. And the physician retention, we used to have a cost every year of $5,000, if I was correct, and we haven't made that.
It's been in the budget, actually.
Because we don't know when new doctors are coming in and out. We budget every year to, and even if it's I think we've carried it over in the past if it hasn't been used, but every year we include in the budget the cost for the physician incentive.
And is there a line in the budget already that represents this?
Yes, there is.
There is. So we actually have $11,000 carried forward as a carry forward reserve. So I have that in this budget of $11,000, and the actual budgeted grant is $5,000.
Okay, so we don't really need to put that up there.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Berry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe that there's two different things here. What you're budgeting in there, if I'm not wrong, is if a physician comes in and requests assistance, then the town provides the $5,000 towards that directly to the physician. What is being asked from the committee for the doctor's attention and attraction is an additional $3,000 this year for their operational budgets, where during the year we provide incentives to different healthcare workers or to the hospital or et cetera, or do some funding things, because the budget within that committee is dwindling.
Okay. And
So
we
it is actually a separate request. It's not a matter of, and we do expect that next spring we could have a couple of physicians coming in town, and they may request that assistance, which would come directly from the town, not from the committee.
Yep,
So
so we
it's
have
the budgeting of the committee.
Yeah, we have $5,000 for the budget of the grant to the Community Organization Committee, and then we have two doctors budgeted at the $10,000, which is largely covered off by the $11,000 transfer from reserve, and there's also a $4,000 amount, which I believe is a partnership with the county. So it is it's balanced with having a $5,000 contribution to the committee and $10,000 there for two physicians, so $5,000 each, with the carry forward reserve and the transfer from the county of $4,000. So it is in our budget.
So if I understand that, then the committee can request up to $5,000 this year to be transferred directly to.
I would have to look at the policy or what that specifically states, but yes, it is in the budget.
Okay, that's great, thank you.
So we won't need any more grant funding on that line?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna discuss the grant funding right now so we can move forward?
Okay. So this is what I have for you. I'm presenting what we've done in the prior years as well as what the library presented yesterday. So unless there's any comments or questions regarding that, I'm just looking for guidance from council as to what to do in this year's budget.
What was the grant funding for the library last year?
I would believe it was 255 and change. I'll just pull it up quickly.
I just come on the VTSS.
Yep, you go ahead, yep.
Just on the VTSS one, my recommendation would be to leave it as it is, since they haven't asked for additional. However, they're still providing the same programming, and we're in the process of potentially looking at some other transportation options. But I don't think that would change their service for this year, and especially in the planning. So just as somebody who just came off the board, I do know that they do a fair amount of fundraising to make up the difference. So I would still recommend seeing that same amount.
Great. Okay, so I guess we're working on the VTSS right now. So what are your thoughts, Councillor Berry, about the grant funding? Have they made a formal request for this?
No, they ask, I think they just know that the grant funding is there. They always do a letter annually to ask for their funding to be given to them, but they have not done a formal letter or presentation. Normally, we would bring them in during one of the council meetings or even during the manager presentations. We have brought them in the past, so there hasn't been a letter for additional ask.
Okay,
Thank you, Worship. I would agree. I think that transportation, particularly for seniors and for those who can't afford other transportation, I think that they do a good service and will continue to do that, so I would support them.
okay. So just so, what we talked about at last night's meeting is the new ad hoc committee on transportation and different ideas that we were gonna be bringing forward and hopefully some funding. So for this year's budget, that is not in play. We don't have a plan yet. So we're just looking at holding the VTSS where they were before. So, and you're fine with it? Councillor Rudick? Councillor Bullock?
Yeah, VTSS, I'm in support of saving that and keeping that going on. It's
Okay.
important to the community at the moment, for sure.
Okay, thank you. Director Saskew, you got last year's budget, the number for the library?
I do. It is 255,628. So it was off by 628.
Okay, so 256. Okay, who wants to start? Go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
Start. Yeah, we had them, the library come in and present. You know, for me, it's quite a drastic change year over year, and even with projections that we've had. I know there was a slight increase in the NLLS levy. So I mean, I could see us adjusting a bit for that, but I'm feeling like this is a bit high right now for what we have in our budget currently.
We all know too that a couple of years ago, we started picking up all the cost of operating the building and the janitorial and everything, and that's well over 100,000. So we're at 256 last year. Looks like they're asking for like a $70,000 increase. Does anybody want to give an increase over last year? Go ahead.
It was 255, 628, and from what I had done with the math for the levy, I think if we set them at 256 flat, that pretty much covers the levy, gives them what they had the previous year.
Okay, so you're basically saying that you'd like to leave it where it's at. Okay, got one there. Councillor Berry?
Thank you, Your Worship. I would leave it where it is as well. I think that although they're providing a great service, we have to recognize that it is one of the largest libraries in the area. And it is very costly to us because I believe that, as you just alluded to, there's probably another $100,000 nearly by the time that we look at, we provide the facility, we provide the utilities, we provide the janitorial, we provide the accounting to a large extent. So I think that 256,000 would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
I really appreciated presentation they made to us, but given our budget constraints, I do like the idea of going up the amount of that increase to their levy, just so that they're not actually operating on less dollars than the year before, but I would support the last year's with that small increase.
Okay, Counselor Bullock?
I'm in support of the same as last year. Library is very important to us, and unfortunately, we're on a tight budget this year, so I think we have to stay the same as last year.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Lemko?
Yeah, if we do the math, $65,000 increase on 250 is quite a harsh percentage. And it's, I know they do a fantastic job there, and what they bring to the community is very important, but again, like my colleagues, we can't fund that increase. So I'm good with the last year.
Counselor Riddick?
I have a question before I speak. Can you just explain how you picked your number, Councillor Curtis?
Sorry, from what we did with the math on the 1% levy increase for NLLS, I looked at last year what we paid, and it did the 1.5% on top of it. It went from 30,000 and change to 30,800. It was like 465-ish. That's why I said go up to 256 flat. It's pretty much covers that instead of 255,628.
Yeah, I think that the challenge here is even just taking a look at our overall budget and going back to the first set of data that Director Saskew presented to us, is that per capita the cost for recreation and culture is less than some of the other municipalities. And I do think that as a council we did talk about people and culture as being a key focus for us, not just the people that work for us in our town proper, but the people that are going to move here. And we've done a great effort in terms of encouraging people to move here for the benefits that we provide as a small community, and trying to balance that out with what our cost realities is a challenge. I think that the ask of 319,093 is significant. That is a significant increase from the previous budget, and as the councillor on that board until last month, I did encourage them to be prudent in their ask. The other part, I would just say that it would be unfair for us to punish the library board for the maintenance of that building when they have no ability to control any of the costs. So as much as we need to take into account the amount that it costs to run that facility, would be unfair to punish them, for example, if the janitorial costs are excessive, because some of the costs that we've seen of all of our building maintenance has gone up quite drastically, not just with utilities, but things like janitorial, for example, is a service that we procure, and I think there are some significant cost savings that we could make there. I would propose, actually, if we could go up the 5% that we are doing as a tax increase for here to cover that, the increase from Northern Lights Library Systems, and also catch up, because we have held them at a place for quite a long time, and nothing has gone down in cost. Assuming, of course, that we are going to reduce the costs in the building maintenance as targeted in some of our pre-budget discussions. So I'm not going to pretend that I have the magic math that Director Saskew does, but I would propose the 5% on top of the 255,628 would be more in line, although I know that that's not in agreement with the rest of council.
Okay,
Thank you, Your Worship. My point of looking at staying the same is that under the Library Act, the municipality is not responsible for providing the facility to the library. So I think that the town, by providing the facility, is going above and beyond what is actually required of the municipality. So I think that that's why I look at, we pay the costs of the facility, but we're not actually charging them because the janitorial went up. We're swallowing that because we're already paying the janitorial. So it's not an added cost to the library itself to operate. It's a cost to the town to operate a facility that we're allowing them to be in.
Fair enough, Councillor Berry, but I would say again that the argument has been made that the cost of running the facility is a reason to take a look at the operating grant that is provided to the library. And I would say that flipping the bread over and taking a look at the other side actually doesn't change the fact that it's a slice of bread. We've decided to provide the facility, and that is something that we inherited as this council. So that library facility is owned and operated, and how we choose to account for it and operate it is actually incumbent upon us as council through our administration. So I do feel like the grant is an operational grant, which is separate from the actual operation of the building. And while it is certainly something that we need to take care of as the managers of the funds, I do think that those are two separate ideas. We do need to be very cautious to not equate those and punish them for something that we've decided as a historical decision.
I have one
Go ahead.
I'm actually going to rebut your comment there. I don't think we are saying we're punishing them. We're just making it aware that, because I'm not basing any of my decision on whether to increase this ask based upon the fact that we have the other cost. I just think it's important for an awareness to know that one of our reasons when looking at what we can afford is just taking into consideration, because maybe some people don't realize that there might be general public who also thinks they pay rent for the building. So I just want to be clear, like on my side, I'm not taking into consideration our operation as saying this is why I'm not increasing. I'm saying that I think it's important to acknowledge the fact that we also provide that, not suggesting they're the same, but that we also provide that in addition to.
Sorry, thank you very much for that clarification. And I'm certainly not directing that towards anybody at council, but it is also important to remember for all of us that every person that's on that board currently is none of the same people that were there, for example, when Councillor Barry was there. So just to make sure that we're always aware of the fact that the people that are managing and directing the library board are perhaps not aware of some of those facts. So I do think that even the fact that we've decided as a municipality to account for bookkeeping and building maintenance in the way that we chose to previously, perhaps that's something that we need to look at again so that we're aware, and we've been talking about that, to be a little bit more directive in terms of the actual cost of maintaining and operating each of our facilities. In order to be frugal and prudent, we need to actually have a real idea to be able to explain that to our public, as well as the board, in this case, of the library.
Councillor Curtis.
Thank you very much. And just looking at previous presentations, we are in line with what they forecasted for 2024. We have continuously gone up when asked with the library board, and the only time we were a decrease is because we had, I think there was a substantial reserve stacked in there too, right? So I believe that, and that's, I think, also prudent information, right? So it's been done in the past. There's ways for them to operate, save money, and we're in line with their forecast. So I'm happy with that.
Sorry for jumping in, Councillor Curtis. I think the data that you're referring back to is actually a mistake or misunderstanding between the former board chair and our former corporate services director about the intention of the reserve and how it was supposed to be maintained. So there was a misunderstanding that the library board needed to create their own reserve because of the long history of the former board chair, who was very familiar with operating budgets, and the library grant is operated in a different fashion than a business, for example. And so the reserves, as you'll notice in the presentation yesterday, were utilized in the budget presentation. The sponsorship policy that's put in place will also be an additional source of funding, because the last number of years they've had zero in terms of fundraising. So I do realize that, of course, there is a little effort that needs to be made by the library board to be able to supplement their income. But I also believe that this is a resource for our community, for the people that live here currently, and the people that look to Vegreville as a hub for the region, also recognizing all of my colleagues' concern about the cost overrides and being cognizant of that. So that's why I suggest 5%, not the full ask.
Councillor Barry?
I'd just like to point out the aspect of reserves at the library. Go back about 8-9 years when I was on there, they did not have a reserve. We had a surplus of about $11,000–12,000, and in order to do an accounting of it, I suggested create a reserve, put the monies into the reserve, and your budget comes out to zero. And that's the way the first reserve started. There was no real intent as to what the reserve was for. It was to balance the books.
Well, okay, so basically, I mean, I hope everybody understands that the library board is an independent board. They operate on their own. They make all their own decisions. How they spend their money is up to them. It was only a few years ago that we took over, instead of upping their grant funding, we took over the bills at the library. And it's a significant amount of money, and it's worth noting that that was a big raise in their grant funding. To leave that cost of operating the building out of the grant funding ask is a mistake. So we're looking at graphs earlier that Director Sasky was showing us, and we're trying to be within the mean, you know, with our taxes for the res and non-res. If we made a graph of towns in Alberta and funding for their library, I think Vegreville the graph wouldn't be high enough for what we fund our library compared to other towns. So I do believe that when we don't show the cost of operating that building, that people, especially people that are friends of the library, will say, and I understand the library is a good thing in our town. And you know what? Other towns are very jealous of the type of library we have and the programs that we run. But we all need to know with how much money it's costing us to carry this on at the level we do. And I can guarantee you there's not one town in Alberta that comes anywhere close to half of what we spend taxpayers' dollars on the library. So, not to include the cost of running the building, because it was in lieu of an extension or a raise in their grant funding, is a mistake. That being said, they're an independent board over there. They can do whatever they want, and we have no say in it whatsoever. So what we do have a say in is how much money in property taxes we're going to grant them for their operations. How they operate with it is up to them. They have potential. They used to have, we used to see budgets from the library that had friends of the library and what they were bringing in with fundraisers and other things that they were doing over there. We have not seen any revenue on that side for quite a while. Now, I know the presentations, they're having a silent auction, and they're looking at sponsorship. And I think that's the direction that they're gonna have to go to fund what they believe their operation costs are gonna be. And that's up to them. They're an independent board. So, I don't know about, right now we have a consensus of council to leave it at the number that Councillor Curtis brought up at 256 is what it is, 256,000 even?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anybody who wants to entertain a 5% raise in that Councillor Rudick has brought forward?
I don't know if Counselor Bullock came on or not.
Yeah, he was good at,
Okay, 256. I just thought I saw the picture flipping it out.
Councillor Bullock?
I still agree with Councillor Curtis.
Okay.
Okay. So seeing nobody else, we will leave the grant for the library at 256 even. Thank you all for your input and on this, and I hope that everybody understands that, you know, we have no say how they spend their money. And they have the ability to access extra money for programming, but we need to be as upfront as we can here that the cost of operating this library, when we're so compared with everything else on the graphs of where we fit, I'd love to see that graph. Okay, next.
Okay, moving right along. We have one more slide today, and that is it, but that one slide has a lot of work. So the next slide is capital and special projects. So we have an initiatives review and a capital review. So before we go to the initiatives review, there is one additional thing that we have built into this budget while we're talking user fees, and that is some increases to the user fees for water bills. So what administration is proposing is a $4.80 per month increase to water bills on our flat service charges. What that is a $2.30 for sanitary, which equates to $62,250. A $2 garbage increase for a total of $54,000, and a 50-cent increase to service charge for a total of $13,500. So these $4.80 increase to these service fees is a projected $129,750 in our budget. So that's one additional thing that administration has built into this budget. I don't know if CAO Ling wants to speak to some of the work that we did on comparisons of water.
I'm just looking at some of the communities around us. Some of it's a little hard to disseminate without actually seeing their utility bills. But if you go, like, just going on websites, doing quick checks into what other communities pay for utilities, because of course, come the December council meeting, we'll bringing forth our fees and charges bylaw. So we're always looking at ways to increase our revenue, which offsets the amount of taxes we have to collect. So we are trying to do comparisons as to what other communities in our region charge for these type of services, and we have found that we are actually considerably low on these fees. There's a few communities I'll pick on, since we've been picking on it earlier. I'll pick on Vermilion, for example. Vermilion, until we're trying to get our hands on a utility bill, so if anybody listening wants to send me a copy of a Vermilion utility bill, I'd appreciate it. They charge like a flat rate for their water utilities of, I think it's $41 and change monthly, plus the cost of water. But I don't know what that's broken down into or what that covers off. So, but then when we turn around and we were charging, what was our?
It's 38.
Yeah, $38. So we definitely have, there's room in there for us to increase our user fees at that point. And this way we are going basically right to the end user and charging them for the product versus just overall taxing everybody for the use.
Well, no, not really, because everybody has water and sewer.
Yes,
That's
but-
already on their bill. But the thing is, even at this level that you want to increase this, does that even cover the inflationary pressures that we're seeing with running the trucks? I mean, if we're trying to capture the inflation of everyday operations, and we know what's about to happen with the carbon tax in January 1, when the carbon tax is even going up higher on every liter of fuel, I don't even know how this increase would even cover the cost of what the parts cost and freight cost. Just, we don't capture that anywhere in the budget is in 2024, that there's gonna be more cost on fuel, more cost on operating all this equipment that we have.
Well, take for example, the $2 increase to the garbage flat fee brings in $54,000. We just received our new garbage truck. I saw it here yesterday, actually. It looks really nice and shiny and white. I'll give it a few days. But we're in the process of ordering another one because it took us 3 years to get it. And the cost of that truck in 3 years is going to probably be, I don't know, good 40% more than what the prior one is. So if we can increase what we have coming in for these services, it allows us to essentially start paying and maybe putting into reserves to pay for these future purchases of the vehicles that we'll need to maintain our level of service.
So what's the addition to the utility bill that you're proposing right now?
The overall addition to the utility bill per bill will be $4.80 a month.
And a 5% tax increase on an average $300,000 home is 11 what a month?
1168, is that what I heard? 1136.
Is there any more increases that we are going to pass on to the average homeowner on a monthly basis that is within your proposal right now?
No.
That is it, so
That-
of about $15.
Yeah, the other fees that will be looking at will be like like, for example, I'll pick on water again since we're on it. Currently, right now, you want new utility hookup, you move into the neighborhood, you go to hook up your water, our fee's at $25. We might look at increasing that,
But not a standard
but not a
monthly.
standard monthly fee, no. Those would be,
So $16 a month in real cost out of the average homeowner's pocket,
yes,
more than what they're paying this year going in to operate their home at a direct rolling into the town of Vegreville.
yes.
And this is to accommodate, as you had noted, the inflationary pressures, the increase to carbon tax, like those additional costs are built in of fuel and parts and whatnot. In the last several years, we've had a very hard time staying on budget for certain parts. There's been certain things that have now been just pushed to 2024 because we know we're gonna have to fix it next year because our budget is at max, it's the middle.
Well, this 480 is not gonna actually go into a reserve for a new fire truck, a new garbage truck. This money is gonna cover the cost of inflationary pressure we're gonna see in everyday operation of equipment next year.
Yes, but then what that means is we won't have to spend other monies in covering those costs when it comes further on down the line.
Okay, what are your guys' thoughts? So there's nothing else in the,
No.
what we're gonna see the rest of today in a proposal
No.
that's gonna show up in an everyday, once a month cost to the average taxpayer in this town.
Yeah, no, that's it. Those would be the two increases to the tax rate and the user fee increases that would affect residents monthly.
Councilor Rudy?
And just to clarify, the increase, the proposed impact to a resident for the 5% proposed tax increase is $11.36 per household or per person?
Per household.
Per household.
Okay.
Yes. So that's based on an average assessment of $300,000.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just clarify, I mean, I was at Rural Municipalities Association last week, and the conversations that you started out our budget presentations, highlighting the fact that we have all been across the province faced with a decreasing conditional funding from the province over the last number of years, at the same time that we've had COVID and mitigating grants for a very short period of time, as well as living in our reserve. So our challenge in budgeting is not unique to us. This is across the board, whether you're a rural or a city. This is a real challenge for everybody to balance the needs moving forward. 16 per household is certainly an increase over last year, but based on the type of increases, if you go to the grocery store, that's not as unmanageable as some of the other increased costs. So thank you for being prudent.
Go ahead.
My one concern, I would say, is if we don't do this, we're going to have to catch it at some point, and we're talking about all increases and per household, and I know there's people struggling where $16 is $16, and that's reality. But my fear, and I think based on being a realist, is if we don't do this, within 3 years, it could be a $60 increase per household. And my hope was just that we don't have to do that. We don't have to all of a sudden hammer, because I think that there's people who can make a $16 adjustment, but the reality of that kind of adjustment 1 year might be something they weren't able to plan for. So I just think we have to start capturing those things that we're losing. And, I agree with you, Your Worship. I don't think we're even going to come close to what our actual impact will be when we do see increases like the carbon tax, because even we've built them in some, we know that it's hitting us on not only the actual fuel cost or the powered cost, but on every service. So I just think that we need to explain that to people, but we really need to let them know it's because we're actually trying to help them budget it versus it hitting them hard. Sorry.
And that's a great point, Councillor Warwell, because again, if if we had held the line and done a 1% steady increase over the last number of years, which would probably have been better in the long run for everyone, ourselves included, it would have been, in the end, we would have resulted in more money to be able to manage some of the increased costs. But we were gentle with our public and our businesses, but we cannot delay at the danger of having these sharp increases. No different than, you use the example of Northern Lights Library Systems, they've done the same thing. To be able to have that steady 1.5% increase is much more prudent over the long run rather than doing these spikes. And we haven't captured growth either. We've been very diligent as a council to try to increase our tax base, both residential and non-residential. But we also need to make sure that we don't have these fluctuations. So, thank you.
Well, it's no different in our capital budgets. With the grant funding we used to get 4 years ago, we're at 70% of that money and still trying to operate at the same level of service and keeping our infrastructure up. And, you know, some of that money was being able to be put towards equipment purchases and stuff. So it's a struggle, but again, no different than what Councilor Warwick says. We're still at $16 more a month for the average house. So right now, just as we move forward, there'll be no more monthly increases and we still have to make a few cuts within this budget with that in there. Around $210,000 someplace in there. Okay? Is everybody, so nobody's against the increases on the utility bill at $480 a month? Councilor Bullock?
I'm having a hard time swallowing it, but it's starting to look like we don't really have much of a choice on it. So I guess I'll have to support that one.
Well, it is the reality. I mean, we don't build reserves to cover carbon tax or inflation in fuel and parts, and we just don't, you know, we don't have a line item in the budget for it. Everyday cost of, increases at everyday cost, so. Go ahead, Councilor Berry.
Thank you, Your Worship. I sit here and I consider myself a senior on fixed income. But when I sit here and look at the overall budget and I realize actually the overall costs of operating the town, we can't just ignore the fact that we have increased costs coming at us and we have to recover it little bit over time, because I agree with my fellow councillors that suddenly saying that we need a 10% increase in 1 year, that's hard for the public to budget for or to expect. So I think what we have to do is, as the word prudent has been used more than once here, start looking at this as gradual. Let's cover our costs as we go forward.
Well, we can't hide the fact, and I think I made it pretty clear with it, Min, that we needed to see the budget moving forward that's real, captures the real cost of operating this organization and the town every year. The last few years, we've been operating with reserves and some extra grant funding and stuff, and we've been able to hide some increases through that. But we need to face the reality of what it costs to run this town every day. And if we're not capturing that in taxes and in user charges, we're not being real. So go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. And like reserves only last so long if you don't replenish them, right? So they're put away. It was done well to get us through the tough times, and it's just the way it works. In order to replenish and keep up, you have to adjust. So.
Okay, well, for now, I guess that increase of $4.80 a month is in.
Okay. I'm just wondering if anyone needs a break before we go into the capital and operating initiatives, or shall we just keep rolling?
We're an hour and a half in. I think that maybe we could take a 5-minute break.
Okay, excellent.
How do you do that on your,
Plays music. He's gonna sing.
It'll be done.
so do we just all look still in the frame, or like,
I would just ask that everybody turns off their microphones, and I'll figure something out.
Okay, so are we ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, everybody, we're back. More than a 5-minute break. Okay, is Councillor Bullock still with us?
Right here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you, Worship. So at this point in time, we're gonna go through the capital and special initiatives that were presented during the manager's presentation in our pre-budget process. And I'm gonna throw Dan on the spot, and I'm gonna let the managers take over their sections, because they know them better than I do. So Dan, you're in the hot seat.
All right, so, good morning, everyone.
Sorry, before we get started, can you just make sure that, I want to make sure that I'm at the right spot. Is it the green tab? Okay, thank you.
Some reason, pink. So you're gonna go line by line again? Yeah, I'm just gonna go down line by line.
For Councillor Bullock at home, we will be going through the capital initiative,
The pink tab is where we're starting.
Starting with number 1, Sunrise Park is where we're going down the list.
yes. And this is the listing, and then again, if you go back into the manager's presentation schedule, starting with the pink tab, those would be the initiative sheets that explain everything. Councillor Bullock, you're good with that?
Yes, I have a copy here for myself.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Pink, buddy. Here would be yellow. We ready to rumble?
Yep.
Perfect, so we'll start with number 1, finish Sunrise Park. That was already removed, so. Jump to number 2, Pasanka Park gazebo and flower bed. That was approved. Out of 1, are we still doing that?
So this is gonna be replacing the gazebo that was torn down?
Nope, this is rebuilding the other gazebo. And cleaning out the flower bed, so closest to the hospital.
Oh, yeah. So where the old Kinsman gazebo was, that's just gonna stay as a piece of cement?
I think I'll leave it as concrete for now, yeah.
Okay.
I'll put some picnic tables there, maybe put an umbrella up for some shade. Want to remove all the fireplaces there too this spring, so.
Okay. So, everybody's good, that stays in there? Okay,
So then we're at the North Circle Park Drive enhancement. That was a 2 from you guys. Can we put it off another year if you want to save some? Definitely.
I think that one's sat like that a long time already. I'm still in support of actually getting that one done.
okay. Councilor Barry?
I don't really, if we need to save money, that's one that I could take off.
So, we've already put it as a 2, so now we're coming down to the nitty-gritty. So you're either a 1 or a 3 now.
I'm going 3.
Okay, we got a 1 and a 3. Councilor Waralla, where you at?
Can I ask a question?
No, no more questions. Yes, you certainly can. Who would you like to ask this question of?
To our manager, do we think that there could be a feasible, I understand the need to address the issue. I'm just wondering if we thought it would be at all feasible to just fix up the planter issue and the crushed gravel, but not replace the sign. I think what we've seen with some signs is we have multiple places that had named and signed, and then we ended up pulling them out. Riverview was one of them because it was all kinds of names and then basically we just took it off. Would that also be an option, or do you just want 1 or 3 from us? Sorry.
Well, I wasn't expecting it from you.
So what that project does detail is replacing the sign and all the flower gardens around that sign. So we could put a cheaper sign up, probably save
Well-
$5,000.
I think we need to know what the history was. I mean, it used to be a very nice little park there. We used to flood it. We used to have like a skating rink in there. And it had seen no love at all in that crescent there for a long time. So even the junipers or whatever that bush is
Ugly.
just taking over everything there.
Yes.
So it definitely needs some sort of cleanup, no matter what we do. I mean, if it's just every day we're sending our guys over there to cut some of that out of there. So you're,
Okay, I'll be a 3 with cleanup.
okay. Go ahead.
Same, it's too much money, and I'm not certain that the name is relevant anymore to
Yeah.
the current residents, so clean up for less, and I actually think even if you could do clean up for less at the Pisinga Park too. I'd take 5 off the Pisinga Park and 10 off of this, if you could.
Oh, no, we are already at 1 there, so yeah, well, it just gets a little complicated when we amend the amendments.
Perfect.
Okay, so you're a 3.
I'm a 3.
Thank you very much, Councilor Curtis.
3.
Okay,
I guess it doesn't matter, I'm a 1.
okay. So we got 2 1s, 3 3s.
Oh, you were 3, 4 3s.
I was in favor of this to begin with, but, it really, I don't know how much relevance the name even has for the residents here anymore. But if you can find a little bit of time, to do a little bit of a cleanup over there. It's not gonna be in the budget.
That's fine. We'll definitely clean it up.
Okay.
$0. So then we have the replacement of the triple deck mowers in the reserve. Pretty much straightforward what it is. We like to build a reserve up to replace these every 3 years, so we have 2 to replace. And we're asking for 66,000 out of this year in the following 6 years. So 66,000 every year for 6 years.
And we know how long they last, and we know they're not gonna get it any cheaper, so.
Nope.
And this was a one, there's nobody that wants to take this building out of this reserve for this triple deck out of there. I don't see anybody waving, okay? That's fine. Next is the pump track drainage, was a 2.
And so for that, I don't have a quite price on that yet, unfortunately, but I'm gonna say it's probably about, well, I don't know. I'm not even gonna guess. We can do that in-house as well and see what we can get it at first. The drainage is horrible around that track. So we got a dirt pile beside it. Hopefully the plan is to at least build that up at first to try to level out some of the drainage.
Yeah, so we can send a loader down there and bring some of that black dirt to the bottom.
That's right.
Hopefully we'll not be using it as a snow lot, that will be going further west.
Should alleviate some of it, yeah. Should eliminate it.
And was the plan to ever seed any grass over and around there, or?
We did this last spring, but it really hasn't been taking, so.
So we put a lot of money and a lot of time into building this pump track. And if we don't put something into the budget to finish it, I've already had 2 complaints from longtime residents of that area about, why did you guys just walk from this project? So I don't know what you guys are thinking, but it needs to get seeded. And it needs to have grass around it. And because if not, what do we do? Why did we even start this project? So I don't know. I would like to personally say that if we had $5,000 to put into this, to move some of the black dirt down to the bottom there, and raise that up a little bit and spread some of that black dirt around there a little bit and reseed it.
Works for me. We can do that for 5,000 without a doubt.
Good.
Councilor Berry? Councilor Roa? Councilor Bullock?
Yeah, we better maintain it. We built it, we should be maintaining it.
Well, with the black dirt that's already in that pile, we can bring it down there in-house. There's gonna be some costs of probably, not just the labor, but we're gonna get some seed and we'll probably need some fertilizer and, but we might as well finish it, and if we can do it for 5,000, we might as well do something about it.
Perfect.
Okay, you're good? Okay, so we're putting 5,000 into that.
So then we have the Whibbit at the swimming pool. And for those of you who don't know, Whibbit is a big floating inflatable that you can run an obstacle course on. The idea behind that is it will generate some revenue, and it will also give another option for when things go sideways at the pool, as in the water slide.
You mean the pump for the water slide?
Right.
Not a lot of
Slide
moving
is good,
parts
the
there.
pump's not so bad.
Okay, the water slide never breaks down, it's always the pump.
Always the pump and the electrical end.
Okay. So that was now a 2, right?
Yep.
Okay, who wants to kick this one off? Councillor Barry, you'd be probably one of the first ones to use it, so what are your thoughts?
No, I likely won't be one of the first ones to use it. I guess if it can create some revenue, which will help cover the costs in the long run, and it does add something to help out with the slide that's aging, I'll go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna reverse the order here a little bit, because sometimes it's not good, other people get all the pressure of starting off, so, thank you, so you're in, okay, but we're gonna go to Councillor Lemko now.
Thanks, Your Worship. As a user of the facility and seeing the amount of people that are using our swimming pool and accessing that, I think it's important that we continue to fund our pool, and this is definitely a 1 for me.
Okay, Councillor Curtis?
1 for me. I like things that can generate some revenue back and help pay for themselves.
Would you like to keep track of it if we go ahead with this?
Oh, 100%.
Councillor Bullock?
I am a 1 with that. I agree with making some revenue and having a backup to when the pump is down.
Thank you, well said. Councillor Rudick?
I do like the idea of having a backup, but I'm going to say it's a 3 for me.
Okay.
Base-
I was thinking about going for it before you.
Oh, you were actually gonna vote? I thought you don't vote till you see if we have to.
Yeah, so I'm a 3.
Okay. I'm actually 1 on this based upon it being 15 years, that it's actually good for. That's why I went to look at the life span. And I think it could be movable into a different facility. So when I break it down that way, I am a 1.
Looks like that's a 1. So how are we financing this?
Looks like capital. Yeah, no, capital out of operating.
So that's already in the budget right now, okay.
So then we have sorry, if we're all done there, we have the landfill security system upgrade. We went away from the adding new cameras to just $5,000 to bar up the windows and doors due to numerous break-ins.
So if you probably say the average cost of a break-in is, in repairs, is probably $1,500. So,
Not a little more.
and the fact that they can't get a vehicle during the break-in, because if we put bars on, usually it's a lot more, they just rip it off with a chain, and then your costs go up to $5,000 a break-in.
Right.
So, we typically get broken into about 4 times a year out there, I think. This may slow it down. I mean, you're putting money in that usually is in operations, the cost that because we have to fix the window or the door.
Right.
Okay, so I'm gonna go first on this one, just so you guys, don't think that I'm not. I'm a 1. Councillor Bullock.
1.
Councillor Lemko.
1.
1.
1, but I'd also like to hear when there are break-ins, because we don't actually hear that it's 4 times a year. if that's happening.
It's not big news, someone breaks into the landfill, believe me.
I know it's not breaking news, but I would like to know that, to be able to have a better idea of what kind of confrontation that we're having in terms of our security of our facilities.
Definitely. We do see a lot of vandalism in all our facilities, so.
This will just slow it down a little bit out there. I mean, people think that there's a pile of money in a corner out there in a drawer that we leave there every night. I know,
Right.
but you can't fix. Okay, go ahead.
I am a 1.
1.
Okay, it's there. We'll probably source those bars locally or something like that.
For sure. It'll all be local.
Thank you. The next up is a security wall installation.
And those are for inside the FCSS building and the IP&D. As we talked about those security walls for all the angry people that come in there.
Yeah. We'll start with Councilor Warwell on this one.
So I wish the cost was a little bit less, but I do think we're talking about a security issue, and I do think that is something that is escalating. So I would be a 1 actually for this one.
Okay, Councilor Berry,
1.
Councilor Bullock,
A 1.
okay, Councilor Rudick,
I'm a 1.
Curtis,
1.
1.
okay, I'm a 3. Okay, the next up is museum and campground plan, and it's a 3, and it's not in the budget, so it's removed. Spending some money, trying to come up with a plan on a cricket field is a 2. So Dan, what can you tell us about when you found out what size of a field we needed and where would that overlay in one of our parks?
Oh, it's a pretty big field, and it wouldn't fit where we were initially thinking by the football field.
Oh.
So looking for other places, I didn't really do too much research into it, looking for other areas around the land, because I don't think we have a designated park that we want to turn into a cricket park.
Well,
Some options were using the old ball fields at the agricultural area is one option. It's already built there, got a backstop. I guess they could use that area. It's pretty big, but I couldn't foresee somewhere in this town that we could actually stick a cricket field, a full-size cricket field,
no.
without doing a big renovation somewhere.
Go ahead, Councilor Rudick.
Can I propose that this become a 3, and in the meantime, we do consultation? Because I don't think we should build something that isn't necessarily needed or in the right spot for our user group without consultation. So at this time, I would propose that we make it a 3 with the caveat that we have conversation with this group.
Works for me. I have it checked and put as a 3 already, because I think it's something we could put off quite yet, a little bit.
So the caveat would be that the consultation is before the end of February?
For the building season? Sure. Let's try to do that.
Well, if we just put it in there that we're gonna have consultation and then we say the same thing next year, really, does it make a? But if we
Right.
put a date that we want something brought back to us by then,
Sure.
so you're a 3?
Yeah, I'd be a 3 on it, except for what we're saying, if we get some information at the end, by the end of February, it's a year before we budget anything for it. Okay,
Well, no matter what, the consultation is the first part, because if we were to build
Yes,
one to regulation or even have a temporary facility that they could use once in a while, that the cricket players in town, right now we don't have any fields that are big enough to.
no, I'm familiar with one near where I was in Mill Woods, and it is large.
Yeah, so 5,000 is not gonna help us out, so. Counselor Bullock, you're good with a 3 and do some consultation?
Yeah, 3, yep.
Is there anybody against it? Counselor Lemko, what are your thoughts?
I think it's imperative that we reach out to the cricket players in our community. And I don't know if we need a full-size field. They played in the parking lot of the high school. So I don't know if they're interested in a full-size field, but I think they're interested in a place to play.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so it's removed, and let's get back before the end of February with, some thoughts from the citizens that are wanting to play cricket and, what it looks like, so. Okay,
So then we have the 2 full-time senior lifeguards.
so it's a 1 right now, and you're telling us it's revenue neutral?
Revenue neutral, yeah.
We're not, it's not really, we've got $23,000 in there, but you're telling us that those positions will pay for themselves.
They will.
So we're gonna save $23,000 in this budget if we just say yes to it. No. See where you're going, Dan?
Ah,
Almost free, yeah.
almost free. Well, nothing's ever free, but
Okay, so we got it as a 1. Is anybody against it still staying as a 1? But we can start doing a lot more programming with these. And is your staff gonna be tracking the increase against the cost so that we can compare?
yeah. We'll find all those numbers out after a year running, so.
Okay, so Director Sasker, you made a note of that? Because we will ask.
Can I just?
Go ahead.
And I think it'll be important as we're moving forward and we have the positions to be able to offer the programming, that we share that out, because it is an interesting thing where public will notice additional bodies, but they won't always recognize additional programs and services provided. So, communicating out as we have the new programs will be, I think, important with that as well. Or new options, I guess I should say.
Okay, the next is the service the ice plant. This is at the arena?
Yes, sir. And that is something that has to be done. We don't do it, we don't have an ice plant.
So anybody want to remove that? No,
We might have operational savings, but
we're good.
don't ring.
So the loader tires, we stated at 1, we're swapping some tires around.
Just
so-
swapping them.
Okay, I don't see anybody wants to change their mind on that. The tree program at $20,000. And I think people will be surprised that $20,000 just doesn't get you a lot of trees.
Trees, no.
Another
But-
thing in the tree replacement, just yesterday in that webinar I sat in on, there is granting for tree replacement right now, for trees. So, but the deadline is coming December 23rd.
Yep.
So we'd have to apply quickly for that one.
Definitely started the process before I left for vacation, so.
Okay, so you know about it already, right?
Yeah, I do, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, well, it looks like that's still in, and thank you for that. Next up, the zero-turn replacement.
And that's another lawnmower. That one has to be, we had $15,000 carried over into this year's from last year's that we didn't lease that one because there were no options available. But it needs to be replaced, so. In order to continue our level of service, we need to replace that machine.
So we're looking at $60,000 with bringing that $15,000 carry forward through.
30.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't get added on. Okay,
No, so the total cost of the new unit is 45,000, and it's reduced by our carry forward reserve from this current year as we weren't able to lease that one. So now it's $45,000 is the expense, we have $15,000 of carry forward revenue to net it to a net cost of 30,000 for this year.
so in the budget overall, you're only showing $30,000 for this?
Correct.
Okay, okay.
Is that captured correctly? Should that line not say 30,000 in the 2024 column?
It says 35 right now.
It says 45.
Yeah, we could update it.
I just want to make sure that it's, okay, cool.
Okay. So we're all good still on that. The next is the ball diamond bleacher replacement. You have no idea what they're gonna look like or anything yet, do you?
Yeah, we do have pictures of them. So they are all stainless steel, lightweight. They all have backings and sidings along them, so nobody will fall off. And they sit. They're a little bit bigger than the current ones we have, so there should be more people should be able to view them. Few ball played at the main diamond, so.
Okay. You wanna start us up? Still in?
Yeah, I'm still in with the one.
3.
Counselor Bullock?
I'm a 1 on that one.
I'm a 1, and I just want to say that I think it's fair to state that I'm often a huge advocate when it comes to the hockey arena. And for me, why I really think this one is important is just simply because we look at the money that we're putting into those facilities, even on regular maintenance, and the fact that we look at upgrading. So I think we want to make sure that that fair opportunity is for people who have other interests and summer interests. So thank you, and I appreciate that we're gonna have bleachers that people are not falling off of.
Counselor Barry?
1.
Okay, stays there. The next was the flagpole replacement, we removed that. The key upgrades, we'd remove that. Public Works bathroom reno. Is there anybody that wants to discuss that, or we just leave it to where it's at? Okay, we'll just keep moving forward. That was a 3 that was removed, and this was the poles and chains, right?
Yeah, on the backside around the rest of the park.
Wow. That is a lot of money.
Cheaper than the initial.
Okay, so the post office front stairs and wheelchair ramp repair, it was a 1 at 26,000 in this year's budget. I would imagine we will be applying for some sort of grant and money on that one too, based because of the disability access and,
Can definitely look into that, yep.
Yeah, you should.
oh, there'll be money.
Yeah, there's accessibility grants, for sure.
Yeah, there's a new one out.
Okay, so I don't think anybody wants to pull that, okay? Town office repair the roof, we're still waiting on that. Cause we don't know how this repair went, but
Right. To replace that roof, though, you guys are looking anywhere from 500 to 700,000, depending on what we want to do.
yeah, so I think what we talked about here is that we need to monitor where we're at right now, but we need to have this, something done in 3 stages and built into the budget cycle over the next 8 years, 8 to 10 years.
Yep. So I do have all that laid out from the guy who did the initial assessment. I just didn't think it would fit. I wanted to see how the leak was gonna hold up, so we can buy a year or 2 before we start. Perfect.
And we're still looking at a flat roof. Yeah,
That was
so,
just the existing flat roof. Main reason it costs so much is because we'd have to tear down and put insulation on top of this roof. There is none, which is why it fluctuates so hot and cold in the summer upstairs. So all your energy goes out the roof.
so have we worked out a price, what a sloped roof would look like on here? Metal with some foam on the existing?
I did not look at a slope roof, no.
Okay, and I know that you got a lot going on, but, so, I just think that no matter what, this is not a good candidate to put down the new type of roofing that they do today. And it always gonna come back to insulate with tar and gravel, and it's just gonna be a problem. So, and I just think the overall, if we look at it in a 10-year cycle, what putting on some rafters, blowing some foam in there, first putting on some rafters and a tin roof would look like. I just think that no matter what, over time,
We're gonna be back there.
I hate flat roofs. I don't know anybody in their right mind that would do a flat roof, but,
All the rooftop units are up there now, which is a problem.
yes. Yeah, I get it, and then you gotta pick them up and you gotta build something to hold them. Well, this part right here is a good candidate for a slope roof.
Might be able to put something, piece it together and see for sure.
Okay, so we removed that anyway, so, I mean, moving forward. The roof repair at V-Murph, you were still waiting on a consultant to give you some information on that too, right?
Did get it, and it's anywhere from 50 to 100,000 to repair.
Okay,
And try to patch up. There is one other option. He's just checking out a price, and that's patching up the existing roof that we have with some different product, but he's just waiting for that price to come in, so.
okay, so it's still a 3, okay? And the diving board replacement was a 1.
Great. And I think we applied for a grant for that too, if my mind serves me right.
The diving board?
Yeah.
The diving board grant?
Well, that's through, Jameson actually found it, so he can touch base on it a little bit there.
It was a grant opportunity brought forward by Western Financial Group. They apply annually for, within their own firm, for funds that can be put to good use in terms of recreation spaces. And we knew the diving board was on the wish list for replacement. They're hoping to hear by the end of the calendar year as to whether or not we receive it.
But either way, it needs to be replaced, so,
And the grant funding only applies if you put it in the deep end.
sorry. Well, we could eliminate some issues. We put it in the shallow end.
Okay, so that's park, recs, and facilities. So what did we really do here? We took out the North Circle Drive and we moved $5,000 over to the pump track.
15 grand, yeah.
So, and the one that Councillor Curtis brought up, does that 45 actually being listed as 30 equate to another 15 at the end? Or was that already not in the total?
It does not, because I had the $45,000. I just felt it was easier to show that it was a $45,000.
But our total was based on the 30, not
Yeah.
the 45. Okay,
The
cool.
15,000 revenue carry forward is in the budget as well, so
Okay.
it's a net,
Okay.
net the same.
Okay, so if we look at what we did, we really didn't do anything other here than because the North Circle Drive was a 2, you didn't include that in the budget, did you, at a 2? It was?
Yes, everything that was 1 and 2 is included in the budget that has been presented to you. So
Okay.
by removing the North Circle, that adds additional $15,000 to us being in the black.
And then the cricket field? That would offset with the 5 there, so we're 15.
Yes.
I'd like to say that we use this $15,000. There's an incentive that Councillor Curtis has brought forward to ATCO, and we're trying to put a plan together to help facilitate some lights at Riverview. And we don't know what it looks like right now or what the cost of the lights will be, but there is goodwill part that ATCO is willing to help. So if the $10,000 that we have right now, that's in the budget, if we can push that over to the lights themselves. And Dan, I don't know how much you're gonna need there, but
I couldn't tell you offhand either. I think it's gonna be a lot, but.
well, we're not gonna get those old soda type of lights, but, you know. But if everybody would agree to that we have, you know, one of a big corporation in town that's willing to help us out with the service and the poles and stuff, that if we could purchase the lights to put on the poles and stuff, there's 10,000, and who knows, maybe it's a little bit more, but maybe we may be able to find our way to get this done with the current structure of this budget. Go ahead, Councillor.
Sorry, I do have a question about operations. You had talked in the presentations previously about consolidating your staff efforts towards maintaining and upkeeping ball diamonds in that consolidated area, Riverview Park, rather than the both locations, because I don't know that the numbers support it currently. Will there be any savings do you project in terms of labor and expenditures by consolidating your efforts in one location?
There definitely will be. I can get you those numbers a little bit later. I don't have them offhand, but there will be savings. Right now, we put a guy out there 5 days a week for at least 6 hours, dragging those fields.
The reason I ask that again, I think, is that I do appreciate that we need to provide myriad recreational opportunities, but if we can have some streamlining and partnering with a partner like ATCO, I think that's better for us in the long run and better for the citizens to be able to have some quality opportunities for a reduced cost. So, thank you.
So what we're not showing in here, but what still is in here, is an account that you have discretionary use on at 50,000. It's just not in here, but it's built into the budget.
Right.
Okay. Is there anything right now under the Parks, Recs, and Facilities that anybody else wants to bring forward before we leave this section? Was everybody good with that $10,000 staying in to go towards that other project?
I was just wanting to question the 10,000 because I thought we'd reduced it by 15.
Yeah, there should be 15 sitting
Oh,
there.
So there's
sorry.
15 available that could be applied towards potential.
That's right. As the cricket field was the.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes.
Just a while back, we had received, it was part of a different ask from the Junior B organization. And if you remember in there, they had talked about some potential upgrades to some of the like safety and rails and stuff within like walking inside the arena. I remember that sort of being part of that. Is that something that you're potentially building into any of your operational, or is there somewhere that we're able to capture that? Because I think those were valid points about some of that coming up the stairs. Sorry, I kind of vaguely remembering.
The safety installation of a railing system in the stands.
Yes.
So when you're walking up the stairs, because right now all there is to hang on to is the tunnel wall. So I think that's what they were referring to.
So yeah, we did price some rails out in different types of rails. Again, you'd only have a section of rail before you need to enter your seat, right? So it is something that you can take out of that 50,000 as well. So we're just waiting exactly to see what kind of rail we'd stick up there.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want that lost completely, because that was a valid point, and I've watched some people have some issues there, and it is kind of where you do see people leaning over and holding the tower, so.
It is something we are
Thank
aware
you.
of and are just trying to figure out what the best option is at the moment. So,
Yeah, because no matter what, you still need to access each row.
yeah, so you
Yeah.
can't
As
run
you
a
go
straight
up.
I know
rail
it's a
up there,
hard,
right?
yeah.
So what, it would be a post at every seat, a post and a post?
That's pretty much what we're
That's
looking
all
at.
you, that's all you could ever have.
Yeah, and that was part of the issue was then is it really worth
I
it?
had seen it in a couple spots where they maybe wouldn't necessarily apply it to all sections, but even had one section that you'd consider a little more, user-friendly. And they had these little like U things that kind of went just between the two. So it's like you could grab every second section, but just something to think about. I just don't want to lose that capture because it did address a valid point. Even for people that would either have the lift coming up or access it from the bottom where we do have a reasonable kind of ramp up to go, unless they're in that very first seat, there is that little bit of an issue.
So when we were pricing them out, it was between 5,000 to 10,000, and I just thought, just take it out of that 50,000 if we present it
Okay.
and go forward.
Thank
so.
you.
No more. Because I asked a question here and I haven't got an answer yet, so we're gonna get an answer before we move on to any more thoughts.
When I made my comment, I thought I was giving an answer of yes,
Oh,
but I didn't, so yes.
okay.
We've had a couple general references to sponsorship, even just the idea of being able to have a grant for the diving board. I'd just like to, again, maybe raise the awareness of us all to ensure that we continue to find sponsorship opportunities for maybe non-traditional locations, and bring that to the awareness again as we're talking about increasing our revenue. That is definitely an untapped resource, potentially.
So at the moment, we have a numerous sponsored public swims and family swims currently going on at our pool. I think Vision wants to sponsor, a couple other people have sponsored already too, so it's one revenue stream that we're kind of looking at too. But as for advertising, there's always lots of stuff that we can start pushing to do, try to get. So it's always in the back of my mind. How do we offset the cost of running these things?
Okay, so we're in the middle of a yes or no.
Yes?
Yeah,
And this is again, yes to the 15 towards the ball diamond,
the lights.
the lights.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes, for me.
Counselor Bullock?
Yes, for me as well.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Dan. Is there anything that we're missing that,
No, I don't think so. We're trying to keep everything under, well, I'm not asking you for too much this year, because I know how tight everything is.
so the Whibbit, how does it get stored?
We deflate it and blow it up, and we'll store it in one of our,
Are we gonna need a compressor?
yeah, but I think that's included in it, so,
Okay. Excellent.
yeah. Well, that's what those 2 extra guards will be doing.
2 lifeguards.
That's what you need the 2 full-time for.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to get the protection services done so that Mitch can get back to work.
It was for him.
Sorry, I did have a question that was brought forward from public that was watching us the last time that we talked about the walking trail that have reached back out. There has been a repeated request for enhancement of the south side walking trail and/or promised dog park, off-leash dog park. It wasn't anywhere in our budget discussions, and it wasn't, of course, in our reality as we're talking about a limited budget, but I just wanted to mention that again because I had several of our viewing public that asked for both of those. Enhancement on the south side and a dog park, off-leash dog park, that's legitimately off-leash without a river.
So I didn't look at an off-leash dog park, because last time we wanted to enclose one all the way, got shot down, and just think we had the funds at the moment to move that forward. It's not high on the priority list. As for enhancing the trails, they do need some work still. We've been out there looking at them lots, and it's on our list to do it in-house and see how we can build it up, so.
Well, I know that this council has said that we're gonna show the south side of this community some love when it comes to parks and trails and stuff. So that, the next priority will be assessing what the needs are and what we can do there.
Right, I just don't wanna go ahead and just say, yeah, we'll start doing it.
Oh, I don't
Without some kind of plan to know what we wanna do and what we wanna put.
There was once an employee that mentioned that we might have a DOLA on the northwest side of town. And we never said yes or no to anything like that, but I've been asked why it's not been there many times, so. Again, this, moving forward, these are things that we need to look at in next year's budget, but we're definitely not in this one because we are seeing a lot of increases that we're trying to capture and just try to keep our head above water right here, right now, so.
Right, and that was the whole mindset going into this year's budget from myself, and I know the rest of the staff as well. So those are things that are written on our board and are in our backside. It just wasn't a high priority at the moment.
It'd be nice if we start seeing some of the grant funding, especially on the capital side, start coming back. So, I mean, again, we're working with 30% less than what we used to 5 years ago, so. Thank you very much, and if anybody needs to take a break, or can we move right into protective services before lunch? Okay, come on up, Mitch. Thanks, Dan. Okay. So we're gonna start at line 25. It's the communications devices. And we had left it in at $26,398. Can you remind us, Mitch, how many devices that was?
Yeah, absolutely, Your Worship. So in 2023, as capital budget, we received a total of 25 new SCBAs that we just put into service this month. That would be for 25 SCBAs. Also, to note, there is a rapid intervention pack with this package as well that we requested to ensure that if a member does go down, we have a rapid intervention team that will be able to go in there and recover that member.
So just for clarification, this is not a radio back and forth. This is a voice enhancing system. So that when you're talking with your gear on, it just magnifies your voice, correct?
That's correct, sir. And then when we begin to upgrade our radio systems, Bluetooth technology will allow that device to clearly communicate through the radio through Bluetooth. So when as you're talking, it'll automatically go through your radio.
Okay. So it was in as a one. Is anybody want to talk about it or remove it? Seeing none, Okay, we'll move on to the electric hoist. Oh, we removed that. The ceiling fan, installation, we left it at a 2, so that's $15,000, and this is just to move some air around within the facility, correct?
That's correct, Your Worship, and that could be put off for another year.
Go ahead, Councilor Curtis.
I do have one question. Are we expecting any more revenue? Last time we talked of us going up north to help with the fires, I believe there's maybe one stint we did that hadn't been accounted for yet. Is there any revenue coming back? Could that be something that could be covered or cover this ceiling fan installation?
Off the top of my head, I believe we allocated all the funds from those revenues. The last revenue that we will be receiving, I believe, was minimum. I would have to double check the numbers. Right now, I think it was just going to go back into general reserve.
Everybody still good at leaving this a 3?
Yeah.
A 2, sorry, moving it to a 3.
Yes.
3. Okay.
3.
Okay. Airbag system was a 1. That's gonna stay. Alberta First Responder radio system. The ask was $168,000, and we said that we would leave $25,000 in to get a few of these radios up and running. Have you heard from the county if they are going to this system?
No guarantees. It's up to their budget process, but they have put in that ask to begin their upgrades. If not a full upgrade, an upgrade like ours, a beginning process, but they've asked for a full upgrade as far as I understand. We still have asked for numerous grants as well to assist us in continuing on to achieving that goal of $168,000. We have been advised that we will be receiving $5,000 from Enbridge at this point, and we're still waiting from the other vendors that we reached out to see if that would give us a hand in those costs.
Okay, so for now, we got a 1 at $25,000. Everybody still good with that? Okay. This was removed. Enforcement, GPS installed. This is, again, I don't understand it because we okayed this in last year's budget, but it's showing up again. And so, was there a lack of communication, Director Saski, you think, or was it funded in last year's tax collection and it's shown up again, or we just missed it somehow last year?
This, as you note in the far column, it says PY as in prior year. This, I did take out all the other prior year ones except for this one, so my apologies. It's just, it was something that was approved in prior year and it's in this year's budget, so it's.
So it's funding out of last year's,
Oh, or GPS. Oh, the GPS, sorry, I'm not paying attention apparently. I was adding the grant in. So the GPS, that I do not know. I don't know if that was on last year's or not.
okay, so you want to do both vehicles is what you want to do at this price?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay. So we have it in at a 1, and it is included in this year's budget. Don't know why. What happened last year, but obviously it didn't get included in last year's budget for some reason, unbeknownst to us that we don't know about, but. So, everybody still good with it? We already said we're leaving it in? Yeah. Counselor Bullock?
Yes, leave it in.
I'm hoping that these systems are transferable.
Yes, sir, they would be. Assuming that, technology doesn't change too drastically every time we get a new vehicle. I do know other agencies in the past, just when they do a new upgrade, they just build that into their upgrade, just due to the fact that it's time cost as well, right? When they're going back through the old systems and removing things and trying to transfer it back to a new vehicle.
Well, all I'm saying, hopefully we're getting technology that it's just an unplug and put into another vehicle.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Perfect. And then, we come down to the bunker gear, which is the PY, prior year. So this is not even really in this year's budget, it was paid.
No, in the prior year, we bumped the 27,000 out of 2023 into 2024 budget, and it was the agreeance that we would contribute the 27,000 over the next 3 years. So it was presented as 2023 idea, and then we didn't fund it last year, and it got moved forward and bumped to be funded. So that's why this one came forward again, because it was something that we put as a number 3 last year with the notion that it would be presented at 2024 budget.
Okay. So, I think that everything you said that we said there was a one is staying in there. So, hopefully, again, that we don't get any big surprises during the year in your department over there. But I do have one question about when there is revenue sources that roll into your department, and you guys pick and choose where you're spending it sometimes. That, like you said, you'd already allocated that money for some other things. Is that a standard practice within departments when there's revenue that comes in that?
Well, with that particular item, Your Worship, we came to council asking for that $40,000 revenue to be allocated for the bunker gear for the new people that have come on board. What has done in the past of where revenue comes into the department, I can't answer that. That'd be a director question. But that's what, when I stated, when we allocated that, we came to council in September and asked for that money.
Yeah, there was an offset of a fine that we received in that, and it went directly to that department over there, and the money was allocated for on its own. So, yeah.
Pardon me, I can speak to that. Just to be clear, there has been no overages in fire budget other than what has been budgeted. So there is some excess revenue that will either could be carried forward to offset fire for next year, or that would just roll into general reserve at the end of this current year if we don't carry it forward. So as of right now, I haven't carried it forward. So any of these excess amounts would potentially either go into reserve, and we could put it allocated to fire itself if we choose to.
I'm just talking about one incident where there was $100,000 in OH&S grant. Go ahead, Councillor Bullock.
Sorry, I think you were just getting to, there was that OH&S fine.
Yeah.
Something turned over. I guess that's where we want to know where it's going. I guess, does it go into reserve, or is it just spent any way at all that you wish? That's, I think, what we're trying to find out.
Go ahead.
So with the OH&S fine that we received this year, it was a total of $89,000. The company that was in question was charged $90,000. So the department had to put a proposal in and to the provincial judge to determine if we were eligible for funding, and it'd be up to the judge to decide on that case. So we requested $89,000 in funding, which we did receive through consultation with the officer group that the department has. We determined that our members were best suited to receive the funding. So in that, we were able to receive and upgrade clothing for personal protection equipment. So one of the asks and receives were medical jumpsuits. So with that, when 3 o'clock in the morning, when we have to get called out to an emergency scene, we look professional. We're not also in our bunker gear that also has carcinogens and bringing in possible contaminants to that scene as well. So we received 40, we'll be receiving 40 of those. Every member in the department now has a department-issued flashlight, 2 flashlights, a helmet light, and a chest light. New wildland gear, our wildland gear that we've had in the past has been handed me down over and over. So everybody will get a new piece, wildland coverall, which is a 2-piece coverall, which is coming in the near future. 3 portable scene lights, 1 AFRAX radio that we allocated all through that, and upgrade to our vehicle extrication equipment. We have been able to go to fully battery power operated extrication equipment now. So we're looking at selling our original equipment that were a hydraulic pump, and I believe that's it, Dale, if I recall correctly off the top of my head. And new boots for everybody as well. And then we were able to secure funding for 40 people. Anything extra would just come out of operating budget, and it's a very minimal cost for those 5 extra people that wasn't budgeted for, because we didn't have those 45 people at the time that we put this request in.
And
CEO Lang.
so the $89,000, the payout from the fine, we had to specify to the courts what it was be spent on. It's not money that was just given to us to go into general revenue. The courts wanted to know what it was spent on, so it was spent on fire department gear. So it would have never, we had to come up with a spend for it, or we wouldn't have received it.
Yeah, the
So it was
proposal,
like it's like a conditional grant.
the proposal was accepted by the judge in the courtroom and allocated that.
Go ahead, Councillor Curtis.
Thank you. I think that's fine. My concern would be that if it's brought forward to us, I mean, we're obviously gonna be in favor of spending it. My thought is that maybe it could have taken care of some of these items on here as well, right? So, just prior to purchasing, I think we should be in the know and bring us a proposal of what you wish to do. And move forward
And honestly, in the future, that is a very reasonable request. Unfortunately, we weren't involved with when that was going on, so.
Okay, just one little.
Okay, go ahead.
Just to, yeah, I appreciate that very much, and thought I clicked, sorry. I appreciate that very much, and I think it is important because that actually does mean within this year there was a large number of items that was funded, whether it be, you know, from us or from other entities, but, you know, keeping in mind that, you know, certain expectations can sometimes be created within department, like this wouldn't be a norm, like we would not be able to continue funding just of that line. My one other question was, in the other case of where we see revenues, like when we did assist with the wildfires and stuff, does that come back into the town, or does it go directly into like an operating for the fire department?
It goes a little of both. When we send equipment out and people out, keep in mind, we do have an agreement with the county. So some of the revenue that comes in, whether when we build the province, the revenue comes in, we have to pay the county their portion as well. And with the monies that we have received this year, there was the bunker gear that they came for and asked, but a large chunk of that funding this year was also granted to the fire department club to finish their training center. So that was a ask that came in late summer, and council had agreed to that, and so that's where they found the funding to finish that project.
Thank you.
Councillor Riddick.
Thank you, and I think it's important for us, because it is unusual for us to witness the expenditure without the foreknowledge, and I guess in this instance, hopefully we don't have a lot of occupational health and safety judgments that are meted out, because that means at some point somebody got hurt. And those decisions that the province made were quite significant in this instance. So I guess that's where some of the foreknowledge would have been nice for us as council. But I do, like kind of on the tail of what Councillor Warwest said, the income or the revenue that we receive through fighting fires in other locations, hopefully it's not going to be significant next year, but unfortunately the trends are that there will be more. And it would be prudent to keep that money separate, or be able to allocate that revenue in a way that's tangible, and be able to understand how much additional revenue we're receiving by providing service outside of our community, not just in our neighboring mutual aid circumstance, but actually how much revenue we're earning by going farther afield.
Okay, Councillor Lemko.
Yeah, from my understanding, things haven't changed, when we were deployed to MVC on the highway, and we bill the province for our services, that money in the past has gone into the general revenue the top line and goes back into help fund the operational costs, from my understanding. So that money is not free to be spent on bunker gear or anything like that. So that's my understanding.
Well, we did see that with the request of allocating that money to the bunker gear on the first deployment of the spring. We don't know where the money went from the second deployment. I think more than what we're saying is, if there's an $89,000 influx into the fire department, and council was unaware of it, I mean, represents close to 1% tax increase, and at no time did we get to apply it to any.
But it wasn't if you're referring back to the OH&S case, it wasn't an $89,000 check to the town. We, the court asked what the fire department needed, and the fire department put in a proposal, and which totaled that. And that's what the courts had basically told the defendant, you need to pay for this. So it wouldn't have been a cash revenue source for the town.
What if I said, well, you know what, I would like to put it towards the communications gear? The cost, the taxpayers of Vegreville, less money. What if council would have had a decision to make?
Again, I wasn't
I
privy
know.
to any of
I
this,
know.
so I'm not sure how all this worked out.
I get it.
I just know that it was, we were never going to receive the funding. We were only going to, receive the product.
I get it. We get a lot of ask of every department here, and, you know, it's just,
Yes.
it's a little tough to sit here and not even know about it, and knowing full well that it could have been used for some stuff that is, we were told that we need it in here, and didn't have a decision to make on some money that rolled in there. Didn't even know about it. So,
Exactly.
I think we've all talked about this as a council, and we certainly didn't appreciate the fact that that's the way that it went down. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, but present staff excluded from that.
Yeah. So I'll just leave it there, okay? Because we're shown needs that have to be, that, you know, these are not wants, these are needs. And when there's opportunity to cover some of these needs and other revenue streams that are non-traditional, we'll say, that we hardly ever get a chance to see, sometimes it's nice to give the taxpayers, you know, a little help too, so. Okay, that's all being said. Thank you very much, Mitch. Hopefully that this budget will cover what the needs are over there in your department. I know that we said no to the bylaw officer, but I think for right now that if we had any luck in recruiting one.
The posting just closed, and we've actually had a large interest. So Protective Service Manager Newton is going through I think there's over 35 resumes that have come in.
Good.
Wow.
At this point, we're offering people interviews.
Do you know that there's a school for this position and CPO is in Lac La Biche?
Yes, I do.
I didn't know that until the other day. Fish and wildlife officers, they graduate them up there all the time. So,
What's your next career?
well, what I'm thinking, if we're looking to fulfill some of these positions, maybe we could bring on somebody new and sort of help them steer their career and be.
And that was our hope when we posted it and sent it out there, yes.
But the class of the bylaw officers graduated a while ago. They got a whole new class in there, so it's a while before that one graduates again.
So you did 15 saving? You did save out of this one? 15.
Where did we save that at?
27. Number 27.
Oh, yeah, right, yeah. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And I think we're gonna break for lunch now? Do we have a plan?
Yes, we do. We'll
Okay.
be walking to a local restaurant for lunch.
Okay. You're walking.
So we're not live.
We're back. Okay, is Counselor Bullock back with us?
I believe he should be.
We're right here, your worship.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so now let's moving on to IP&D. Number line 34, take it away, Director Lefebvre.
Thank you, Your Worship. Moving on to line 34, concrete crushing. It's approximately 9,000 ton of concrete crushing at the landfill, where we take our old sidewalk, driveway, any concrete accumulations from the community, and we crush it up, use it for road base and different items to solid up the earth. This project usually runs about every 3 years. We will be looking for this kind of money, so after this will be 2 years without the 160,000. And when last presentation that was done, it was a number one and being funded out of LGFF as capital.
Okay, is there any opinion on this? It stays? Everybody's good with it? Okay. The pave on 47th Avenue, down by, the four-way stop by the rink over to the Sunshine Club. Everybody still good with that? Councilor
Yes.
Okay, good. And then we looked, at the coal mix, and we set a 3 to that, so that's gonna stay a 3. I don't imagine anybody wants to get into that. The CRF sand seal, we said at 70 grand. How many blocks was that, Dale?
I think,
8? Good.
yeah.
Okay. So that's still in as a 1. Refurbishing the manholes at 40,000 and,
That's 5 of them,
huh?
5 manholes.
5 of them. Okay. So if there are ones, and if you want to have the conversation, just speak up. If not, we'll just roll down here. The overlay, the phase 2 at the Elks Park, we said no to it. And we said we'd like to apply for another grant eventually to finish that off down there. Backup cameras for the grader, the automatic hydrant wrench, camper. Okay, the sewer lining. This was a major one, and this is coming out of LGFF. Everybody still good with that?
Yes.
Okay. The sign and landscaping at the cemetery for 5,000, we said yes to. And the landscaping around the columbarium. Everybody still good with those two?
Yes.
Yeah, and I heard some stuff about possible grant funding with stuff to do with cemetery. On that webinar I was in yesterday, I could dig up that stuff later. And send it over to Director Lefebvre.
Sure, that'd be good.
Perfect. The headstone leveling. And this is coming out of the reserve, the reserve that's for perpetual care.
That's right.
Great. And again, you know, anytime that we can show a little respect to some of those older ones, no family members around, it's. Okay, the half-ton is a 1, and it was funded out of the fleet reserve. Nobody's saying no to that. The new cylinder hoist for the compactor on, which it'll be,
The garbage truck, it's a repair.
yeah.
What's repair?
And is this gonna be the backup truck now, Dale, or is this the number 2 truck?
This will be, I am not gonna answer that.
Okay.
It's one of the other two. I haven't know which one. I think it's the blue one that's come from Vermilion that we're gonna put in as the number 3 truck.
And the gravel roads at the landfill, 25,000. I thought we were just gonna buy some gravel and decide what we were gonna do with it, or this was earmarked for the landfill?
This is specifically earmarked for the landfill.
Okay. CAN bus training. This is just on some of the equipment at the shop.
For typically the wiring harnesses.
the transmission software, the welder. And then this is $4,000 to extend the seasonal position at the landfill. Everybody still good with that? Okay, the QR code decals, we took that out. The parts washer was 17,700, and it was capital out of operations, and we said it was still good. Still there. The garbage truck deposit, which this is the new truck we're ordering, we finally got the one that we ordered 3 years ago.
For 2022 budget, yeah.
Yeah. It's here now. The highway truck, which was a 2, I think we all said the last time we all got together that was gonna disappear. Everybody, so that's a 3. Redesign, the landfill, to be determined. So on that price, we don't really know where we're gonna be there yet, eh, Dale?
No, we haven't gone to tender yet on the project.
Okay. New valves at the pump house, at 57,000, we said we were leaving them in. Well, we were leaving that price in there. And were we cleaning at the same time in there too, Dale?
We will be cleaning, well, it's in the budget coming up in the next couple items for the cleaning of the reservoirs.
But the valves will get done at the same time.
It depends on scheduling, because we can close the valves and clean it, or they can go inside and possibly plug and then remove. So the contractor that gets the bid has to decide if he wants the thing empty, or if we're just gonna put in it's a big rubber bladder you put in and fill it up with air, and it seals it, then you can remove the valve and put the new one in. So we'll see whichever way he's comfortable with.
Okay, then lagoon fencing at 28,000, that was
50%,
50%, half this year and half in next year's budget.
that's right.
Everybody still good with that? Rebuild pump 3, everybody was good with that. The reservoir cleaning at the 30 grand, and that's both reservoirs, right?
That's right.
Okay. Abandoned water lines on 54th Avenue, so that is, removed at 28,000. And then the chlorine analyzer was removed at 16,000. And then the laptop stays in there, and this is for the water people, Dale, that laptop?
No, that's for planning and development downstairs.
Okay. Okay, so the 205 for the highway truck is now removed out of there. Is there any thoughts about the abandoned water line on 54th A Avenue at 28,000? Does anybody want to reconsider putting that? Go ahead.
That 205 right now sits in the removed column, so I'm wondering if it was already out.
It's already been removed from the budget.
So it's,
Okay, sorry.
And it was a capital item when it was in.
So it wouldn't affect operations anyway.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. So, but anyway, the water line, the abandoned water line on 54A Avenue. Now, this has been a few years that it's been there, and I guess that we don't ever try to work that valve, but there's a possibility we could bring that back in or just leave it out.
I would like to leave it out this year.
Okay, go ahead, Director.
Once we for sure find out our funding framework with LGFF, this could possibly fall under a capital project for LGFF. But we need to know what, like at 28,000, that's a really very nitpicky number, because sometimes the limit or threshold is a $30,000 project, or would this fall under the framework as an eligible item? So that's why I would prefer it be funded out of operations for now, but it could possibly be a capital item once we know our framework for sure.
Okay, well, we don't have a lot of capital projects moving forward. We have one large one. But as far as, the ongoing maintenance of our infrastructure, know, these, sometimes when you don't put any more time or money into these things, they all come up at the same time.
Right.
These little things come back to bite you, but, okay, well, we can come back to that. The MDP, and that's, from the reserve, that's a carry forward, that stays. So, 52nd Street, that's still in there, and, it's at 300,000, that's LGFF.
That's correct.
And, okay, and then the other ones that we were looking at on 45A and 45B at 1.6 million is removed. Okay, so basically that's it. Go ahead.
Yeah, Your Worship, if I recollect, we had talked about an item, the hard surfacing of the cemetery roadway for 27,000, and it was a 1. No, I don't know. It's not listed here. Did something change?
It's in capital. I'm sorry, it got missed on the sheet, but we will talk about it when we get to my capital tab.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we're all happy with that?
And also on this was the $90,000 to pave from the sewer lift station to the cemetery entrance, and as you know, we've removed that and it's not in the budget.
Okay. Okay. Next up, Manager Browning.
Thank you, Your Worship.
I'll just run down this list. And
That's what I was going to ask, yes.
so the commercial paddle boats at $17,000, and that's 3 boats, correct?
2 boats, Your Worship.
So you know how much that is a boat? 8,500 each. Okay, is everybody still good with that?
I'm good with it as long as we're charging for it.
Okay. We're looking to put a electrical service over by the mini golf, and that was at 10,000. And enhance in the Vic for the hard ice cream sales at 3,500. All 3 of those are in. Any thoughts? Everybody still good with that? Okay. So we have $75,000 left over in this grant. 20,000 carried forward. Included in the budget a net cost of 55,000 on the wayfinding signings, the sign campaign. So all in all, it's $150,000, but only 55,000 is being in the operating budget.
I'd like to clarify that if I could, Your Worship. It essentially that $75,000 is a possibility, is a contingent. We are going to ask for that amount of money from the NRED, which obviously lowers our bottom line, as well. That 20,000, that was the approved NRED grant we received for this year. So that carried forward into next year, and then that $75,000, just so everybody's clear, there is no guarantee, but Corporate Services Director Saskew and myself have agreed that if we do not get the NRED grant, we will ensure the cost to the taxpayer remains as listed in the bottom line here. So it's either we go up to that $150,000 if we're successful in the application of the grant, or it will remain at $55,000 if we do not get it.
Okay, so for 2024 budget, this will not have any implications based on if we receive the grant or not. If we get it, we're gonna spend up to there, and if we don't, we won't. Okay,
Yeah, we're not funding 150.
To be clear, we're funding 55,000 into 2024 budget, and if we do receive that additional 75,000 for the grant, we will be spending 150,000.
great. Then we okayed the advertising marketing of 65,000, and that's basically all gonna be dedicated to, mostly to Prosperity Park and trying to sell some of the land that we're just becoming available to here in town, so everybody still good with that? Thank you, that's very important. The professional marketing, content creation, we've said yes to that. C1 incentive, we're in for 5,000 there. And we said yes to this is the first time we've seen this, is the sports tournament house grant, so. And have we put any rules behind how we're gonna do that yet, or?
No, Your Worship. As we kind of talked about in some workshops, we wanted to see if there was an appetite for council to put this in the budget. And if there was an appetite, at that point, we would start investigating the best and fairest way to roll this grant out. But we haven't gotten into the nitty gritty as it pertains to the details. We didn't want to, it'd be a fool's errand, I guess, if you weren't interested in this, to try to break it down logistically.
Okay, thank you. So then we have the council chambers streaming system. So we said yes at 15, and hopefully it's going to be the upgrades and the stuff we need for this, to keep this system operating. Everybody still good with that one? Yeah. Go ahead.
I do have a question, though. Why is this assigned to your department? Is that not part of facilities?
Well, yes and no. I think it falls under my department because this is community engagement, right? So the systems we're talking about are the ones that allow us to broadcast to the public. And it was also, and it still remains, a part of communications. Initially, it was facilities. Facilities did preliminarily secure the contract. They worked the install. They worked with the companies. And then there was a shift where I was the person sitting in front of this equipment, and I could probably speak at a very low level, better than most in this building, as to what we expected to do, what we needed to do. And at that point, it shifted to me. It was initially a facilities thing. At this point, I don't mind having it in my budget, because the reality is nobody else can talk about it and dialogue with the contractors better than I can, because I'm the one that uses it 99% of the time.
Okay. And then the local business signage incentive and the Winter Wonderland, which is coming up right away.
We have hired a local contractor who have ordered lights and should be putting them up within the next few weeks here. We've identified three large trees with lights that have the capability to change color. So even on Canada Day, if we want to make those things glow red, we can. So those should be coming soon, and this is all part of that 5-year project that we pitched last year over year, adding to the park, trying to make it bright and try to encourage year-round tourism.
Okay. Is everybody still good with those two? Well, it looks like your department made it through unscathed. Huh? You thought going last would be terrible.
Thank you very much, Council. And
Now, legislative services. Who's going to pitch this one? Because now there's a lot of problems in this one.
That would be me. First up on the docket is FOIP training. Training used to be offered by the provincial government. It is no longer. Currently, there is only one person in our staff that has training. So I would like to train some more. The ask is for $11,500, and since this ask has gone out, I've been in conversations with CAO Potter-Prosny, and they are quite interested in piggybacking on this training. So the likelihood of them covering half the cost is very high, but unfortunately they have not done their budget yet, so I cannot confirm that. So I am putting in for the full ask.
But at this 11,500, there's 20 seats in that class, correct?
That puts training on for 20 people, yes.
So there's probably some other municipalities, if they sent 5 over there and you had 10, that we might be able to fill in and it'd be
That's
per
quite
capita
possible,
cost.
yes.
I feel pretty comfortable myself personally that within the municipalities around us, that we'll be able to fill all those 20 chairs. And how many would you like to educate within our organization?
I would like to try for at least 10, because it also ties into the record retention as well. And then
We already passed that bylaw.
but it makes them very aware of what we're keeping, why we're keeping it, and how they should be filing things.
Okay, so basically, I feel that in real cost, this should be around half.
Well, when well, yeah, in real cost, it should be around $6,000 is my goal. But unfortunately, until I have the confirmation, I have to plan for footing the bill.
So, okay, so that was a yes, and then the next up is the vault and archive system.
Yes, currently, as part of as a municipality, we have records that have to be permanent. And while we are working our way to eventually have digital records, we do have to keep paper copies because due to signatures and that. So these are storage boxes that are water resistant for in our storage rooms that have already had plumbing leaks in them. So this is just a way of ensuring that our documents will be kept safe for forever, basically.
Okay. Everybody still good here, or do you want to axe that last one? And we know that we're going to be able to pick up that 5,500 on the other side of the first ask. Well, when you put something in a budget, you got to collect tax for it. You know how that works, so. Everybody's good? Okay.
So, sorry. I want to go back to your question, Your Worship. So are you suggesting that CAO has put this in here for the FOIP training for the full amount, anticipating that there will be others that will help with the cost of providing the FOIP training? Are you suggesting having it right off the top?
What I'm suggesting is we take out the vault and archive system and then the funding for the top one, because if we only need 10 more to get the other 10 for this, I'm sure that there's enough municipalities that will be able to offer this to, that would be fine. But again, it's not a huge savings, but it is some savings, and
Maybe you can even get 20 to attend.
well, 20 is how many seats we have. So 10 from here and 10 from other municipalities. So it would be fine. But, okay, we'll just leave it the way it is. I don't see anybody jumping up and down. Okay, so we have a breakdown at the end of this column.
That is correct. I do have one additional. So on the yellow tab here, there's one department that we haven't discussed, and that's FCSS. They have a yellow tab, no new capital, replacement, or initiatives to present. But I can give you a breakdown. Their net ask is comparable to prior year at 186,300 right now. So that's an increase actually of about 3,800 over the prior year.
And it's already calculated in this bottom figure already?
It's not in this bottom figure. So this bottom figure here is based on only the initiatives presented. So you can see the
Okay.
total of all the initiatives that are in the budget are 1.95 million. And that's this is prior to any changes that you made today. And so out of that 1.95 million, 1.054 million is funded through operations. 65,000 of this is funded through reserves, so that's the fleet truck. 49,500 is funded through carry forward reserves, so those are things that were budgeted in prior years and carried forward as a new project into this year. 75,000 is funded through operating grants, so that's the hopeful wayfinding grant for that portion that we have as a grant funded. And then what's funded through capital grants is 709,000 $3,500. So that is the next segue into us talking about what we have in our capital right now as things stand and what we're using for capital grants. That'll be the next thing that we can go through.
What was the number for SCSS again right now?
So as of current, it's 186,386 for a net ask. Prior year was 182,589. So the net difference is an additional $3,797.
And just for clarification, we're presenting that here, but they don't have any capital projects with that. This is their operational ask.
Yes, this was my end at the end. This is capital and operating asks in this. So yes, they have no special projects that they're asking for additional funding for this year.
Okay, so then when we discuss operationally, different departments will be going over there as well as looking at what our contributions are versus required contributions in the operational ask.
And that's what we've been going through with all of our other staff today. So this would be the point in time that if we had any discussions on that, this would be the point to do it. Otherwise, the next time that would be brought up would be at the next live budget meeting when we go through each of the new departments where the final budget is, so to say, landing before it's, so to say, approved.
So is there any conversation on FCSS that you want to have right now?
Okay, well, I might as well start. I just would like us to maybe before then be able to get some information for that next meeting. I understand FCSS does a great job of utilizing grants just because we have in a number of different departments actually cut people back or said we can expand. If we could before that next meeting, I would like to just look at the base of what our contribution level is currently versus the base provincial grant going forward. As we know, it's supposed to be an 80-20. I think we're at a little different rate, and we may have to be prudent by going through and looking at whether there's some operational savings on that side.
Anybody else?
Good to go?
Well, again, I guess we can address it when we get to the next meeting and stuff, but, yeah, I can see, I'd like to see some of our funding levels get back to what reality should be in that department. So, but we'll wait till the next meeting and then we'll go from there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just, the reason I'm saying this, I think it's fair to explain is, you know, as we've gone through, some people might have looked at our last two sections that we were looking at and think, you know, we did a high number of approvals, say, within our, like, say, you know, IP and D. But we're looking at things that we physically have to have with infrastructure, with operations. So that becomes a very different thing. Then again, we might look at our last section, or second last section that we looked at was community engagement, economic development, and some of the individual items people might have heard us discuss may seem like something you don't need, but when you take that into consideration of how small that is within their department and that we have to give every department some ability to grow and move forward, and if we don't fund anything within those. So, I mean, it may seem like a strange thing to be asking a question on operational when, you know, of a department that it does very good work, when you may seem like we're funding things that maybe would be wants versus needs. But overall, I think that we have a responsibility to go back and also hold true to not allowing services to be downloaded too far on the community. And we've been taking on more and more services. So I think we just need to do that fair review and potentially bring people in line, especially when I know that previous councils did hard work to make sure that there were certain levels that were hit and that it wasn't growing. We need to look at a difference because I think we could potentially be already at about a $30,000 difference to where it was brought back to at one level. So that's the only reason I think we have to have a discussion going forward.
Okay, and again, this is where this funding comes from, is right here at this decision process right here. I know that it wasn't that long ago that the budget was taken down to 150 and said it was going to stay at 150 in the municipal contribution to that department, and we seem to be getting way past that already here. So, again, I do wanna take a look at bringing that number back. I mean, 20% of their grant funding from the province is where we're supposed to be, and we're probably closer to 100%. But we'll take a look at the overall at the very end, and there's opportunity there for us on that as well, so. Where are we going to next?
The next I have for you is the last section for today, and that is capital. So if you look at your capital tab, there are 2 inserts. And we'll start from there once everybody's ready to go. Okay.
Okay,
So the first page here is the 2024 capital. It gives a breakdown of what the item is,
excuse me.
what the total amount is, and where it's funded from. Is it grants, reserves, operations, or a debenture? So the first one that we have is replace engine 1, so that's a cost of $820 right now, and that's funded through reserves. That is coming out of our fire reserves in agreement with the county, so 50% of that will be paid for by the county, but for all intents of budgeting purposes, we need approval from council to buy the whole truck because the invoice is in our name. So the $820, just know that that reserve, half of that reserve is also coming from the county. So that is fully funded through that fire agreement where we're contributing $80,000 annually. The next one is the Wibbit Aquatrack. So that is a capital purchase. We are funding that through operations. The one after that is the FCSS IP&D security walls, which is also funded through operations. So that means that we've added it to our operating budget, and we're not using capital grants or any of our reserves to fund those items. So the next line items here are for infrastructure and planning. I see that my total under operations for community services is not totaling properly, so I apologize for that. But infrastructure and planning, we have the MCC pump and control system. So this is a carry forward from the prior year when we had the presentation where Jorgen and Randy had that one breaker that wouldn't flip. So this is for our upgrade of that control system, which is now pushed into 2024. It has increased in price slightly. I believe it was $230 last year.
That's correct. Just sourcing materials again, of course, the cabinet for the MCC and its components are now 52 weeks out, so we'll hang in there, but yes, it's up.
Yes. So that one is paid out of capital grants, and I think what we'll do is we'll just say it's paid out of capital grants, and then once we've gone through everything, we'll go into detail of how all the capital grants are being distributed in the year on our second spreadsheet here. The next one after that is the garbage truck, so that one's also paid through capital grants. Paving 47th Ave is also paid through capital grants. Hard surface roadway at the cemetery, so that is a project that was originally the phase 3 for $27,000 this year. It hasn't been done. We've put it off because we want to make the project's widened, so we want to do a wider road and change things. So now it's a total cost of $60,500. Of that, $33,500 will be paid through our capital grants, and then $27,000 of it will be funded through a carry forward reserve from the 2023 budget that wasn't spent. The next one is the half ton, so we've agreed to 1 half ton per year, and that is funded through reserves. We replenish that fleet reserve annually in our operating budget. The parts washer is funded through operations, and then sewer lining program and concrete crushing we have coming out of capital grants this year. So instead of a couple big, large capital projects, we're funding some of these other smaller capital roadway repairs through our capital grants. The next one that we have is our large main one that's been carried forward from 2023, and that's the forced main replacement. I feel like that's been carried forward a couple years now. So it's a total cost now of $3.8 million. Of that, $1.588 million is paid through capital grants, and we have a debenture borrowing bylaw for $2.2 million for the remainder of that. Are there any questions on those before we move on to exactly how all the capital grants?
Anybody? No, looks good.
Okay. So this next tab here, the next page, is the breakdown of the 2024 capital grants. So at the very top, you can see the balance 2023. Those are items that are carried forward from prior year. Most of this carry forward is related to the forced main replacement. So you can see the MSI capital of 323. That's what we allocated to the forced main this year. And then the AMWWP grant is $1 million. That's what we've actually received in payments. So we received that $800,000 that was presented in the cash statement last night. We also had a small $200,000 payment earlier in the year. So we have $1 million of AMWIP grant funding in our hands right now. So that'll be rolled forward into 2024. And we're expecting a payment of $265 to get us up to the $1.2 million to account for the forced main. So the remainder of these costs are mostly 2024 estimated. So we're assuming that we're getting the same for CCBF at 342,057, and then the LGFF, which is the new framework for us, we are estimating that we will receive 722,000. So that was what we were told is likely to be our base funding, to expect at least that, and we could likely see more. We won't know until we have the full framework sent to us in place. So out of these items, the MCC pump and control system is funded through CCBF, and so you can see we had 255 roll forward. That was the 230 that we had budgeted for the pump and control system last year. Plus, remember, the government did that little top up of the CCBF. It ended up with us having an additional $15,000, which we didn't have allocated last year. So it's the 230 plus the 15,273 additional that we received. Garbage truck is funded through LGFF. The remainder of CCBF is paid for through paving 47th Ave, the hard surface roadway, and the concrete, 52nd Street is the remainder of CCBF funds for the year. And LGFF, we're planning to do the sewer lining program, the concrete crushing, and half of the 52nd Street project at $150,000. So after all is said and done, we have a small amount of grants carry forward, 31,330 of CCBF and 266,000 of LGFF. As I had noted, we are making sure that we're not overspending because we don't actually know what our funding framework will be. And as there is the 266, originally in my plan, the highway truck was to be paid under LGFF. So we had a very small amount of carry forward before we took the highway truck out. And that is all I have for grants. Is there any questions, concerns, comments?
So the unallocated grant funding is at 297, 330.
Correct. And in the prior years, to be fair, it's not uncommon for us to have even almost $500,000 carried forward. It's not, we don't normally spend all of our grants every year. It is good to have some of this unallocated because then if something comes up, like say the forced main wasn't on our radar and something big came up with the forced main to the tune of $500,000, we could amend our capital budget, allocate those funds to fix that forced main for that portion of the current year, and I could apply in to MSI or CCBF or LGFF and have that fund covered through grants rather than it coming out of our reserves when we have those big unexpected projects come up.
Okay, Councilor Riddick?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, the unallocated LGFF and Canada Community Building Fund, are you determining the amount that's going to be held over based on an average amount? I'm just thinking again, of course, we want to be prudent and make sure that we've got some kind of pot to be able to manage some of these unexpected, unanticipated large capital costs that could come up with infrastructure. But is it based on a figure or?
This year, there was no figure. It's just how things felt.
After everything got paid for?
I was
it
trying
was
to
left
balance,
over. It's
I
like,
was trying to balance the budget. Because if I moved all of these things back into operating, we would need an even larger tax increase to fund.
Yeah, I'm just, again, with that kind of unallocated grant carry forward. I'm just curious if there's not any that we can put back into, be able to reconfigure the numbers. But maybe you can explain that a little bit more, that if this was to get allocated, then that changes the configuration for what you've got in terms of operating.
Well, if we move any of these things into operating, it's gonna add to our operating budget, and so then we will no longer be, so to say, in the black. Or we could choose to not do those projects. Those are kind of our two options right now. So we can move one of the $100,000 back into operating and we'd be close to being balanced. But if we moved anything else back, we would not be balanced.
Yeah, and this small amount of unallocated grant funding is really small for us to head into a new year with and not have like a little piggy bank here for some projects or some breakdowns or something that could come at us in a hurry. So, I mean,
Yeah, and I guess part of the reason I'm asking that is I think it's important for people that are watching us as well as us to just be reminded again that this isn't like money sitting in the bank without a purpose, because this has been the logic for the province, for example, to say why municipalities don't deserve additional money, because they're often sitting with unspent grant money, forgetting the fact that some of the projects, for example, that we've pushed off are almost $2 million. And $2 million as compared to $297,000 is a pittance. There's no way that we could pay that all. So I think that's important for us to be able to express to the public too, that it's not just sitting there because we don't know what to do with it.
Correct.
it just doesn't, it's nowhere near enough to fund the next level of project or the next piece of equipment that we need to move forward with, so. Again, it could help out in a pinch, you know, with moving forward, and like I said, for us, that's a very small unallocated grant funding to move forward with anyway. We usually are a little more prudent than this, but this is where this budget takes us, so. So any other questions right to the point we're at right now? Okay. So, you are gonna take the information from today, gonna go back, rework some numbers, and bring it back to us?
Absolutely. So far, is there any hard no's to anything that was presented today? So obviously, I have sprung a tax increase on you. I've proposed some changes to benefits in lieu of a COLA. Is there any questions or concerns regarding those? And the monthly billing, so the $4.80 for the monthly billing. So those are the three things that we've brought to you today with a balanced budget. Obviously, you made some of the changes through our capital and special project initiatives, that those will be changed and worked into the next version of the budget that you see. Are we happy with everything that is today? And then I'll bring you the detailed breakdowns for the next budget meeting, and we can discuss kind of function by function. Or if there's any questions or concerns or comments, we can make additional changes before that presentation is made to you.
Go ahead.
I do have maybe a follow-up question from our budget decisions from last year, doing the paperless billing and the virtual town hall and the anticipated savings. I think it might be helpful to also demonstrate what type of outcome there was from the decision that we made last year and what kind of impact it's had to our budget this year, if that's possible. I don't know that you have that at your fingertips right now, so maybe that would be best the next time we meet.
Yeah, and I can prepare that. I'll have that in lieu with the corporate services budget year-over-year changes, so I can definitely speak to that.
You got a follow-up?
A different question? I'm just wondering, again, we have talked about being sensitive to the needs of our business community and our residents in terms of being very conscious of what a tax increase means to them and costing it out per month, per household or per small business. I wonder if we would also ensure that we've got a good handle on how many people are already registered for the TIP program, given the fact that we're going to be entering into a new calendar year, and it would be helpful for folks that are potentially having a difficult time in 2023 to take a look at 24 and how they can budget more efficiently, that we really want to share that information with the public and encourage them to sign up for the monthly tax installment.
Yeah, so I could speak a little bit to the tip. So obviously net municipal tax amount that we are budgeting is for our May 2024 tax assessment that'll go out. So the tip payments for the month of January to June will be based on this year's assessment. So they might not actually see the increase until July of next year, once it's recalculated with the new assessment balance. There are some other competing factors that may make the increase slightly less. Is we've actually, for a first time in a very long time, had additional residential houses being built at a decent amount of cost. Like, we've had several houses come up, so there's a piece of the pie that we all pay, but now that the pie's gotten bigger and we've increased taxes, the pie might actually end up staying the same size for some of us. So it really depends on our assessment that we get from our assessor, but at this point in time, they haven't given me any concrete numbers as to if we're seeing an increase in residential or not. So I just really don't want to speak to saying, oh, it's okay, we're increasing taxes, but you might not actually see much of a change because we've added houses in this year. So that could be another competing factor when we look at the tax assessment in the new year.
You're all good? So right now, basically, the way we're set up right now, with some extra charges, a 5% tax increase, without any money going back into any reserves. We have nothing planned other than the vehicle reserve, we have no plans of topping up any of the reserves that we've been taking some money out of right now.
With some of the changes that you've made today, so by not including the additional funding to the library, that was included in this budget number that was presented, plus the $15,000 savings on fire services ceiling fan not being go ahead, that we're looking at $130,000 now that we could be putting into reserves with this budget as is with changes made today,
Right.
which is a step.
It is a step. Okay, well, when is our next budget meeting gonna be?
I believe it's in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Send in my.
It's scheduled for November 30th, so 2 weeks from today.
Okay, well, if that's, so there's no other questions and everybody understands basically where we're at right now?
I just have a question then. Because I am going to be away on that one. And there was just a couple of the questions that I asked today that, like, some information, I would want to be able to send you an email so that everybody has it of just some of the thoughts. Is it okay if I email some of the questions I might have to you guys and then have that back? Okay.
Yes, please, because then we can reply to you. We'll reply to everyone
Yeah.
as well. And then you guys are, you have all the information coming into next budget meeting.
And the only reason I say this, I've had some strong opinions on some of this stuff, so I don't want to put that forward and then not be here to, like, hold myself accountable. Well, or hold myself accountable, because if somebody is potentially swayed by some of the things I brought forward, I don't want to be, well, I was away and I wasn't actually part of that. I want to make sure that I've said to you how I stand on it so that I own whatever I pushed, essentially.
Well, don't worry, we'll make you, we'll hold you accountable. Yeah, you might be the mayor by the time you get back. Who knows?
Nobody wants that job.
Should have told me that a few years ago. Okay, well, thank you, everybody, and then the other managers that were here earlier, and we look forward to what the number looks like, and I can guarantee you there's probably some more changes coming yet, so. We haven't even talked about what the increases in inflation and what, with the increases to the carbon tax that this is going to follow on our fuel bill from last year alone within the town. What does that look like? With the increases to the carbon tax? Like, does anybody, have we thought about that? We have? Is it, so we're gonna have to get all heat pumps everywhere, or what are we gonna do?
Not quite yet.
Hopefully we're allowing for those as we're moving forward, because, you know, that climate carbon tax, climate change tax, or whatever we're calling it, is gonna be significant, and it's gonna, I don't know what the province plans on, helping us out at the pumps again. They know there last year there was some relief for certain months, a couple of cents a liter off, but do we know exactly how much the carbon tax is going up on gasoline and diesel? We do?
We do. Based on, yes, we do. And we factor that into our 2024 numbers. And it's also not just the carbon tax you're factoring in, but you're estimating, trying to figure out some fuel historical moves, what it's been doing. I know that we budgeted a little bit high in 2023 because the prices didn't continue as high as we thought. But also, again, like you said, the carbon tax gets added on as well. It's noticeable in our invoices for our fuel, the carbon tax for sure.
And then I don't see that changing in the foreseeable future. So trying to collect enough tax to run this organization without spending at our reserves, and no matter what, that's what we're trying to get to here, is to, you know, realize the real cost where we're at today without any tax increases that we didn't bring forward for all these years. And we're trying to, you know, capture what it actually costs to run this municipality, because we can't keep going the way we were going, so. Okay, well, thank you very much. I guess I'll adjourn this meeting at 2:10.